to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join a conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find.
What up, everybody, and welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you today. I hope you're all having a great day. Thank you for joining me. What's new? What's new? What's new? Welcome, 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 welcome. We ain't got a whole lot of peeps in here today. That's okay. Spread the word. Hit that like button. Share it out. Let them know what we're doing. Please and thank ya. Great to see you. All of ya. Hope you're all having a great start to your day. And I hope you all had a great night last night. Come on in. Grab a seat. Let's do this thing. Wait a minute. Do I have any? No Blue Crew here today. Okay. Awesome. I got it. But as many people are in here, I can handle it. No biggie. No biggie. No biggie. No biggie. So bees it. Oh well. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable if you can. We got a few things to go through today. And that'll be that. Thank you guys for being here. Everybody. Let's see who we got here. Miss Paula's in the house. Welcome back to you. Mittens for Kittens. Always happy to see you. Teresa, hello, and welcome back. Miss Trish Crow, always a pleasure, as always, to see you. And, of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. Guys, please be sure to share it out. Hit the like button. And come on in. We'll have to look into that, too, Mittens. Some scary stuff out there in the world going on these days, for sure. For sure. Doobie 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 doo. All right, then. Sergeant Friday's in the house. What's happening, Sarge? Lisa Hawkins, hello and welcome. Good to see you guys today. Let's see what we got sitting here. Thank you for those of you that aren't in chat. You're kind of hanging out there watching. Appreciate you very much. Great to see you. Let's see here. My daughter just stopped by. I guess she's going to a protest downtown. Stop by to say hi for a minute. See how that goes, hopefully. I guess there was a man impersonating a police officer that was shot some Minnesota lawmakers. That's crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Crazy people out there. Too much bad stuff going on in the world. Too much negativity. So I don't know. Yep, me again, Sarge. Sorry to disappoint. Could have been somebody more interesting for sure. That's a fact, Sarge. But you stuck with me. Sorry. Sorry. Right. All right. Great to see you, Lisa. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day. And like I said, for those of you that are out there, as they call it, lurking, thank you too. We appreciate you very much. Beach Babes in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Going to be just listening. Hope you have a good day and night. Well, you too. Thank you for, I guess, stopping through. Very much appreciated. Let's see what we got here. Give me 1 minute, guys. Let's get this up and moving. Let's see here. Hey, True Seeker. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're having a great day. And I appreciate that very much, Truth. Let's see. Oh. All right. Trying to wait just a few minutes to see if we get anybody else joining us today. And if not, I'm heading on, pushing forward. Come on in. Miss Kaylee's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Kaylee. Well, I hope my head's not too big on your TV there. You're okay. Well, I hope you feel better, Beach Babe. Please do. No worries. Please feel better. That's more important than anything. We got some headlines in the news, some crazy, weird news going on out there. Good Samaritans, and let's see if we can laugh a little bit. We'll be on our way. Miss Christie, there we go. There's one of the Blue Crew. We got two of them now. Thank you, Kaylee. Appreciate that. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Brandy and Miss Christie. Wonderful. Thank you both for joining us. I did, Miss Keeley. I watched Friday the 13th with my son because yesterday was Friday the 13th. So that's how we celebrated that. As I always do. I know it's silly, but it's fun. I love those kinds of movies, so it was a good time. Thank you guys all for joining us. Please hit the like button if you will. I'm going to start off today like we usually do with reviewing a new video Michelle put out. This one is a twofer. Of course, it involves the Jack and Lily Sullivan situation and a little bit of Summer Wells because there's some crazy stuff coming out about the Summer Wells situation. Most recently, I was looking into it last night and I was really surprised. I'm going to have to show you guys. It was real interesting, to be honest with you. Well, sorry about that, guys. Little technical issue there. There's Tandy. So now I got 3 Blue Crew. Marty Fodrell, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you Miss Tandy, for joining us. All right, guys. Let's see here. Like I said, this one is a twofer. We're going to be talking about this one. Will give us some information about the Jack and Lily situation and a little bit on Summer Wells, and then a little bit more and then a little bit. There's Mama Bear in the chat. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us. Let's get this moving.
It's Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Friday morning, the 13th of June. Okay, in this video, I'm going to cover 2 cases, which is kind of risky because if you're only interested in one of the cases, you might not watch it all because you don't want to watch some information about a different case. So what I'll do, if you're here for just Lily and Jack Sullivan, I'll put a time on the screen right now and you can skip directly to that in the video if you would like to, so you're not wasting your time.
Thank you, Christy.
If you're here for Summer Wells, then keep watching because Summer's coming up first. The 2 cases have been baffling. Summer's case has gone on for almost 4 years now, and Summer's dad, Don Wells, has done a flurry of new interviews. I'm going to share what Don has said on News Channel 5W.
Now, I'm going to show you guys something today on Summer Wells that was real interesting to me. So we're going to kind of skip back and forth between these, between her and the Sullivan kids, between back and forth. So you'll see.
WCYB have put out 2 videos so far. I don't know if there's any more. You know, news channels, they split up interviews into different videos and it's difficult to keep track of what's what. But we're going to go through what Don has said, and then I'm going to share a post
Welcome, Thomas.
from Don that has been put on Facebook, on their Facebook group, Find Summer Wells. That's about Summer's brothers. Okay, let's go. It has been 4 years now. What do you think
stuff, Marty.
that comes to mind? Awkwardly worded question, but this is Don's response.
It's been really tough. These, the social media groups would attack anybody that we knew, any employer that we worked for, and so it made it really hard for us to obtain employment and all these things. But there's been people that's helped us, along the way, and we really appreciate that, for sure. We're just hoping, God will turn it all around.
Look, in the first year that Summer was missing, yeah, people were crazy. Go in real life, I can't endorse that in any way, shape, or form. Don losing a job because of it, I can't endorse that. But next question. Do you still hold on to hope that Summer will be fine one day?
And we hope and pray all the time for that, yeah, we hope so. She could be anywhere. We don't know. Only, we just got to hang on to that hope and just do our best to, do what's right.
Do what's right? Well, if he's got something to do with Summer's disappearance, even indirectly, the right thing to do would be to tell the cops everything you know. I'm going to say that before lots of people in my comment section do. Next question. Do you still stay in the area in hopes that she will come back?
Many times I've wanted to go back out west and everything else, but this whole thing has tied us down to right here. We can't do anything, not really. Yeah, this whole thing's tied us down to this area for 4 years now.
Look, I know Don talked about moving to Utah before Summer disappeared. They were packing up, they were going to sell 110 and go back to Utah, but that didn't happen. Don even got a job out there, allegedly. That was the time when Jose was staying at 110. And then Don came back and ended up getting arrested. Yeah, that was that time, a few months before somebody disappeared. So Don says that they're stuck at 110. However, listen, they went to Arkansas for ages. Do you remember when they stayed in that motel? And they came back because I think John breached his parole or some such. So, no, they've not been tied to the area for the whole time. Next question. Have you heard anything new from the police recently?
No, I don't think that's really kind of a tough question. For one thing, law enforcement.
Well, it's not really, is it? It's a yes or a no. Have you heard anything from the police recently? Yes, if you have. No, if you haven't.
And to me, it seems like law enforcement and me and her as parents or whatever do not get along. They see things quite differently, kind of insulting and insinuating. And
oh, so they tried to blame you? They think you're involved? They tried to crack you? Oh.
To me, it seems like they kind of, look down on you a lot. It hasn't been very good. They tore our house apart 11 times. Why? Why? That just don't even make sense. They searched and tore our house apart 11 times. I've never even heard of that before. To me, that's...
Well, if they think you're involved in a crime and they think you're hiding something, then yeah, they're going to keep coming back. They're going to keep coming back. And look, they've got an 11-acre property, so can't do it all in one fell swoop, can they?
I don't know. It really hurt. The whole thing has really hurt me and Candace a lot, but we're still hanging in there for our kids and trying to do what's right. And then holding out hope that Summer will be found.
Okay. Does it give you hope that the investigation is not cold?
Well, they can only do so much. I think there was a lot more going on during the Biden administration.
What's the Biden administration got to do with it? What more was going on during the Biden administration? Right. Has Trump becoming president stopped the investigation? What's he trying to say here? I thought he was a Trump supporter. I have no idea.
Welcome, Philip. Wonderful to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Make sure you tell my beautiful wife and my gorgeous sister to take good care of you, sir, and that I love them both.
What he's trying to say here.
It's
really.
absolutely my honor, Thomas. Welcome, Fizzy. Good to see you. Thank you for listening in today.
Because I can't comment on American politics, but look, Don, I have no idea where he was going with that thought.
They're just starting to scratch the surface of, and hopefully they'll continue with a lot of this investigative work. And we've heard stories, that of things going on and higher ups and stuff, but a lot.
What? We've heard things going on with the higher ups. Now I am intrigued.
Suits and other things, but I don't know.
Do you still believe she was taken by somebody, so abducted?
Well, we know she was. You know what I mean?
How do you know she was, Tom? How do you know she was?
Welcome,
She was
Mark.
there
Good
one
to
minute
see
and the
you.
next she wasn't. You know.
Well, she could have just wandered off. But how do you know she was abducted? And then we bring back the dog trail.
Down the dog trail. I think so, because that search dog, you know, and I've said it before, you know, that search dog, when it first smelled her clothing or whatever it was, that dog went straight down that dog trail and then lost its scent by the roadside. And I don't know, one policeman said that, I don't know, there's a couple different things. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Interesting. Couple of different things.
Yeah, Tim Mullins is still trying to involve himself in everything, Marty. That's a fact. Very creepy.
What does that mean? It's a couple of different things. Well, the dog could have lost the scent on the road because Summer was taken away in a car, or lost the scent on the road because the surface changed from natural to artificial. I've got loads of videos on that and search dogs. Okay, there was another video as well put out by WCYB. This contained a lot of the same information, like clips, but right at the end, there's a clip that isn't in that previous one, so we'll just play that as well.
Wells clinging to his faith and has a message for his children.
Just that we love him very much and we'd like to see him come home. And we really want to see them, you know, involved in our church and worship our God in our church.
Participate in church. All right, well, okay. This is from Facebook, and this is apparently by Don Wells, shared on Find Summer Wells Facebook group. Let's be clear. We were told to sign the boys to the state. We did not do it willfully. We did not cut a deal. Okay. Lots of people in my comments after yesterday's video said that they would have dropped the case, you know, the child abuse and neglect.
Welcome, Swamp Rose. Kiki's in the house. Good to see you today, dear. But I'm listening to the show. Oh, you're fine, Kiki. You don't have to ever apologize for that. Wonderful just to have you here. I appreciate you very much. I hope you're doing well today.
Allegations, they dropped them, they dismissed the case. They would have done that if they signed their.
There she is, Bunny Bailey, my love. Wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling good today. So grateful to see you in here. God bless, dear.
Rights to their children over to the state of Tennessee. They would have dropped the case anyway. I don't know about that. I guess sometimes they do, but if it's serious claims of criminal child abuse, I don't imagine they would drop the case. They'd take the kids away and terminate the rights, but they'd still press criminal charges. I don't know. I'm not in Tennessee. I'm not saying you're wrong if you said that in the comments. However, we have been counselled to allow the state of Tennessee to do what the law states. We cannot speak about blank and blank right now, the two younger boys, but blank, the eldest boy, should be sent home, and we expect him any day now. This is all about Summer. Our boys have suffered beyond words. They lost everything: their church, pastor, friends, home, teachers, family, and so much more. The world may have witnessed our emotional collapse after Summer disappeared, but vindication of no abuse and neglect is now legally declared. So no, we did not toss out our boys. What we signed was
Thank you,
based on a
Christy.
case that has been proven as invalid. So the eldest boy is up for adoption. There's advertising about him and people saying that TN Kids is horrible for putting his information online. And it does sound like he's a puppy up for rehoming. I don't feel good about it. But they do this kind of thing in my country as well. Like they have billboards with children's faces on, like, do you want to adopt me? Can you give me a home? That kind of thing. I mean, look, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Because if they don't advertise, how does anybody know that there's all these kids who need adopting? I don't know what to say about it, really, because it is shareable. And maybe if you're in Tennessee, you are in a position to give him.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Good Lord Almighty, Noel. Hello and welcome, and thank you. Good God. Happy Saturday the 14th. I honestly appreciate all of you, and we appreciate you so very much, Miss Noel. God bless, dear. Um, you're amazing, and thank you so much for that. That's beyond amazing. And guys, please understand, we don't ever expect anyone to donate to support the channel, but that's amazing. It's so very much appreciated. It will definitely help keep us going. And Noel, God bless again. We love you. I appreciate you so much. Scott, Metalhead's in the house. Good to see you. Christy, thank you again, dear. And let me see. Murky popped in too. Murky's in the house. Good to see you, Murky Piglet. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, I can definitely try to make that louder for you, Bonnie. Hold on. Let me double check my settings. And Noel, again, thank you so much and God bless. You're such an amazing soul. We love you here and appreciate you being part of this community so very much. Guys, let me get back in my background for a minute and try to fix this sound. It drops down all the time, and I don't know why. And I'm so sorry for that, everybody. My apologies, Miss Bonnie. Let's see. There it is again. Why does this keep doing this? I don't understand why it goes down. Hopefully this helps. I pray. Yes, ma'am. Amen to that one. Such an amazing soul. Oh, sorry, Scott. Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate it. We got 42 peeps in the house. Guys, please hit that like button. I appreciate you all so very.
Or someone else at home, I'll leave
Hopefully
the
that's
link
better.
to his ad in the description box, so you can choose to watch it if you want. Okay, well, see what Don says next. All right, we're now going to move over to Lily and Jack. Now, Lily and Jack's case over there in Nova Scotia has been likened to the Canadian version of the...
That's awesome, Michael. I had no idea where Michelle comes from. I don't. I know she's in the UK, but I'm not 100% like to where, like Manchester or whatever. But I don't know what's going on. We are all buffering. Is it me or is it you guys? I don't see it on this side, so I don't know what's going on. Manchester. Scott says Manchester. Okay. Hopefully that stops. Michael, wonderful to see you today, my friend, as always. And guys, check out the last 24 Mikey's channel if you will. Please and thank you. I'm so sorry about the buffering, guy. I don't know what's going on. I see everything over here okay, but I don't know if you guys are having issues out there. I know there's a lot of weird stuff going on with like technical stuff. My wife was having problems with her apps today. StreamYard has been a mess for a couple of days. YouTube's having problems, and somebody said it had something to do. Oh, it's you. Okay. Oh, geez. Somebody said it had something to do with sunspots or something, maybe. Could be. I don't know, but hopefully it stops. That's horrible. Sorry to hear that, Noel.
The Summerwells case. I've called it the Canadian version of Summerwells. I have. But in Lily and Jack's
Welcome,
case,
Christina.
this is a month-long investigation. Well, a month and a bit now. They were reported missing on Friday, May the 2nd, around 10 a.m. by their mother, Malia Brooks Murray. The day after, Malia left with their 16-month-old daughter. Lily and Jack are Daniel Martel's stepkids, but the 16-month-old is Malia and Daniel's, and she took that little girl, went to live with her mother, apparently, and Daniel is left on his own. Daniel has been speaking out. He doesn't do it on a daily basis now, but he does speak to the media, and there has been a new interview with him. So, stepfather of missing children shares details of polygraph test. Let's listen to this here.
To Pictou County now, where the stepfather of Lilly and Jack Sullivan, the missing siblings, is speaking out about the RCMP's release yesterday about the case and questions he answered for investigators. CTV's Hafsa Arif spoke with him today, and she joins us from Westville, Nova Scotia.
Todd, Lily Sullivan and her younger brother Jack were last seen in May, and since then, investigators say they've chased down every lead. RCMP confirmed they've spoken with 54 people, conducted polygraph tests, and have received close to 500 tips. But yet, there's still no sign of the siblings. Jack and Lily's stepfather says he was the first to volunteer for a polygraph, hopeful it would help the search and ease public speculation.
I know it would be a big help in the case and kind of narrow down maybe some of the speculations and just provide more evidence.
Daniel Martel says during the polygraph test, he was asked several things, including whether or not he was involved.
From my understanding, Noel, yes, he did do the polygraph test. They haven't given like actual like results to it. He said he did. It was in his favor. I don't know, but they have given it. They put RCMP put out a statement that they had given multiple lie detector tests, and I'm curious to know who exactly took them. I would hope that Milena was given one because I think she needs one too. I think everybody that's involved within this circle should take one. See how they turn out and go from there. But yeah, he did take one. Noel, just to answer your question, dear. Yeah, it's crappy here too, guys. It's been raining for 2 days. My grass is going nuts, and I can't cut it because it's wet. It's driving me insane. Wonderful to see you here again, Michael. Always happy to have you here. That goes for all of you, of course. Captain Jenks in the house, brother. Good to see you today.
In the disappearance of the children. He says both his cell phone and that of his estranged wife were confiscated and searched by investigators. This and weeks of interviews, there still hasn't been a major break in the case. And for their stepfather, the silence inside the once busy home is deafening.
Going from a family of 7 to just me, I mean, I have nothing but time to just think.
RCMP insists this is still very much an active investigation. They're reviewing surveillance footage and following.
It's 66 here, but it's muggy and like humid. It's really crappy out today. But I would take the heat and more heat if we could get some sunshine. I would love the sunshine. I did see that, Cap. Thank you so much for sending me that, brother. I appreciate that very much.
Digital evidence, but the emotional toll has already left its mark on Martel, including the loss of custody of his daughter Meadow.
I haven't even got to see my own kids. Not even Meadow yet. But I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up that are granted by CPS.
The children's stepfather says he's grateful to the investigators and to people who continue to share tips, even if none have yet led to finding Jack and Lilly. Until then, over a month later, the family continues to remain hopeful that the children will return home safe.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what is deafening. Malia's silence. That is deafening. Make of it what you will, but it's deafening. Apparently she's lawyered up. Why? Don't know. Let's see if there's anything else in this article that accompanies.
And that's interesting to me.
It's the news piece.
If you have nothing to do with this situation, why do you need a lawyer? Truly, why do you need a lawyer? If you have no idea what's going on, if you have no idea that no involvement in what happened to your kids, why do you need a lawyer? I don't understand that at all. That's kind of strange to me. Oh, wow. You guys are talking my stuff over here, Scott and Marty. Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest. Of course, the Scorpions. Love it, love it, love it. I wish I could, Michael. I promise you I could. I want to see all that architecture over there. I love it.
Jack Sullivan was last seen on the morning of May 2nd at the home Garlock Road in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia.
Welcome,
Since then,
Tomboy. Good to see you today.
Chased every lead. So this is all from the RCMP update this week. They interviewed 54 people.
And yes, of course,
now,
Led
not
Zeppelin.
30.
Come on now.
Conducted polygraph tests. Will receive 500 tips. Okay. Children's stepfather Daniel Martel says he was first to volunteer for a polygraph, knew it would be a big help, so he said that in the news piece. RCMP Corporal Gwilym Tremblay told reporters Wednesday afternoon the Truth Verification Unit is engaged. There are multiple facets to those investigations, and those experts are examining every question and answer that those individuals are providing, and it could guide the investigation. Interesting. I wonder who else has been polygraphed. Daniel asked for one. Was Malia given a polygraph? Was Daniel's mother, Daniel's brother? Who else? I'd like to know. Police have not said how many tests were administered, who took the tests, and what the results were. Daniel implied that he passed in a previous interview. Don't know whether he did, not been confirmed by RCMP, but Chris Lewis, CTV's policing expert and a former polygraph examiner for the Ontario Provincial Police, says it's significant the RCMP has administered polygraph tests. You don't do polygraph tests and waste that resource on people that maybe just saw or heard something or is a real remote suspect. That's not the way it works, Lewis told CTV News Wednesday. If they are doing polygraph tests and examinations on people, those are the people they suspect might be involved in some way or, for whatever reason, aren't being honest. Well, Daniel asked.
You know what, Sarge? I think a lot of people are on that same page, truly. And they believed that they may be on that reservation. I don't know that that's been looked into by local RCMP or not, but I think a lot of people feel like that's the scenario, and that could be the grandmother, her involvement, and that could have been what happened, or the mother herself, for whatever reason, did that. And I'm kind of there too. I wonder, you know what I mean? I really do wonder. I think a lot of people feel the same thing, Sarge, because nothing else makes any sense at this moment. That's, I think, why everybody went that direction. You know, we looked at everything else in the beginning, and at this point, there's really no other option there. She's with the is it the Micmac tribe? I believe, yeah. That's who her people are. So I don't know what the laws and the rules are for all that there, especially in Canada. I have no idea, but I know that it's definitely a strange situation, and it's made me think in that direction. So
For one, so if you ask, did they give you one? I don't know. You know, in the Sebastian Rogers case, back to Tennessee there for a moment, Seth Rogers and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's bio and stepdad respectively, weren't polygraphed because it was shown by other means
absolutely,
that
Mark.
they weren't there during the period of time that Sebastian could have gone missing.
Thank you, Miss Christie. If anybody's interested in any merchandise here from the cafe, please go check out that link right there that Miss Christie dropped. Miss Cassie's been throwing some new stuff left and right in there, and the old stuff, of course. Go check it out if you will. You definitely won't be disappointed. It's great quality stuff, and the prices are nice. So go check it out. Thank you, Christy, again. Of course, can't go wrong there. That's one of my influences, Mr. Tommy Lee himself. One of the reasons why I wanted to be a drummer. Guns N' Roses, yes. Good stuff. Miss JC's in the house. Hello. Yeah, I'm with you on that, JC. I mean, nothing else makes any sense, truly. Does Canada's reservations law the same as ours? I think so, Noel, but I just don't know how all that truly works. You know, what's right, what's wrong. Sarge says no, so there you go. And Sebastian was either picked up or is in Texas. That's a very, very big possibility, JC. Very good point. Busy says, I think what happened was she thought they went missing, called 911, got everyone involved, did the presser, and her mom came and told her she had the kids. That's why she left, and we haven't heard from her. That's a good point, Fizzy. That's a really good point. And it could be. It could be. And she probably got in her ear and told her, you have to be quiet, stay out of the, stay off the news. You have to leave him, this, that, and everything else. Or you'll go to jail or something like that, she told her. You know what I mean? Because the mother's very manipulative, and I wouldn't put it past her at all. It's crazy, but I wouldn't. But that's interesting. Good point. You guys got good points with this. But that was interesting, Fizzy. Very interesting theory.
So they didn't polygraph.
Welcome back, Demon. Good to see you today, brother.
People kept asking, and it became a thing. So they ended up both taking polygraphs. Chris with the TBI, and Seth with Nancy Grace's polygrapher. Anyhow, back to Daniel Martel in Nova Scotia. At this point, there has been no major break in the case. Martel says the
Agreed,
silence
Chris.
inside his once busy home is deafening. Going from a family of 7 to just me, I've nothing but time to think. The emotional toll has left its mark on Martel, who has lost custody of his daughter Meadow. Does it mean he's lost custody permanently, or that during this time he can't see her? And in the interview, it sounded to me like he can't see his other 2 children either. He's got 2 children, a son and a daughter, with a previous marriage. So is he not allowed to see them either? If so, why? It's very intriguing. Like, even supervised? I haven't even got to see my own kids, not even Meadow yet, but I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up with the CPS. So, supervised visits, something went down. Something has gone down that has prompted the CPS to deny Daniel access to his own children in the plural. There's something not right here. Could Daniel be completely innocent and Malia has turned against him and told up a load of lies? Yeah, possibly. But then again, she's not talking, is she? The children's stepfather says he's grateful for the investigation and the people who continue to share tips. He has the family remains hopeful the children will return home safe. Look, after all this time, I don't know. It's kind of mind-boggling that there's not been any evidence at all. I appreciate every tip, but it kind of leaves a lot of room to the imagination of what really went on. Interesting. I just want everybody to focus outward, focus on the kids. The kids are the main priority, and that'll never change. Police say more than 11 Nova Scotia RCMP units are working on the case, along with the National Centre for Missing Persons, Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and provincial and municipal police agencies across Nova Scotia and Canada. Police say the information gathered during the investigation, including all ground searches and rescue efforts, has not identified any new search areas at this time. The RCMP first launched an extensive air and ground search for the siblings, which covered 5.5 square kilometres of heavy wooded and rural terrain. So it's gone up now to 8 square kilometres, I think. 5.5 square kilometres equates to a radius of just over a mile if you put the house in the centre. 8 square kilometres, I haven't worked that out yet, but it's going to be closer to a mile and a half maybe. I haven't worked that out yet. The search, which involves hundreds of people, dogs, drones, divers and helicopters, was scaled back 5 days later. Additional searches took place on May 8th, 9th, 17th, 18th, 31st and June the 1st. In the latest search, 78 trained searchers from across the province focused on specific areas around Gerlach Road and a nearby pipeline where a boot print was previously found. Anyone with information about the missing children is asked to call the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crime Unit at 902-896-5060. You can remain anonymous if you want to by contacting Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers toll free at 1-800-222-TIPS, which is 8477. All right, guys, let me know your thoughts in the comments about these 2 cases. If you're following one or the other, that's fine. Just comment on the case you're following. If you're following both cases, what about the similarities between these 2 cases?
So Daniel's mother threw everybody off her property, Malaya's family. And there was also a statement made that CPS told her that it was wise for her to leave too. So I don't know. And Daniel is not able to see his daughter that they have together unless it's supervised. So there's something else in the background of this going on. I'm not 100% sure of. Okay. They're not putting any of that out. And I'm very curious as to what it could be. I'll just put it that way. I don't know. I don't understand what that's all about. If he has nothing to do with anything, unless there were some accusations made, I don't know. But Canada, well, just like the UK and other countries other than us, hold their investigations very close to their vest. So we don't see their information, okay? So it's hard to know what's going on until they put it right there out there for us. So it's very interesting. I'll just say that much. That's exactly. Thank you again, Michelle, for putting this out. But I have some theories and some thoughts on this. You know, Daniel's come out and he's been very, how can I say it? forthcoming, and he seems genuine. Okay, genuine, not genuine, genuine. And I've said that, you know, he's made people feel bad for him in a sense, but I've never trusted any of the people involved in this until the law enforcement says they're not involved. I'm gonna continue looking at them from the side a little bit. That's all I'm saying. He may come off as being the one that's doing this and doing that and genuine and all that other stuff, but I still don't trust anybody with this until they tell me everybody's cleared. That's all I'm saying. There's no reason he should have supervised visits with his own child if there's nothing nefarious, no involvement, no nothing. That makes no sense to me, but that's how it's going. So, forthcoming, right. Little too much. I'll say that, and I know a lot of people get upset with the way I look at it, whatever, but he's a little too forthcoming, okay? And it makes me curious. I'll just put it that way. I'm not saying he did anything, and I'm not saying that he's a bad person or anything. I'm just saying there's something about the way he's been that's just a little too much. That's all. And I question it because we see this happen all the time, okay? We do. So, hey, Ginger, welcome. Good to see you today. It's great to have you here. That's exactly it, JC. Exactly. Both parents should have been up and moving. If this is true, what they said, none of this should have happened. Okay, your kids are awake, you're up with them. That's all there is to it, period. And if not both of them, at least one parent should have been up. So I blame them both at this point. For if the kids were, if they walked off, if the kids were taken at some point, whatever it was, I blame them. That you should not have been in bed if they were awake. That's all I'm saying. All the rest of us parents can do it, so can you. There's no excuse for it. That's just my opinion. Now, do I feel bad for them still? Yeah, of course I do, because nobody should have to go without having to deal with their children missing. Okay, it's a horrible thing, but we wouldn't be having this conversation if they would have done what they're supposed to do as parents. That's just my opinion, and I'm sure, like I said, people may disagree with that, and that's okay. I understand completely. So now this next thing I'm going to be showing you is very interesting to me, you guys, and you'll see why here in a minute. It's in regards to the Summerwell situation. And folks, I got to tell you, and I got to thank SRB for throwing this in my direction. I got to tell you, something with this, something's wild. That's all I can tell you is something is wild, period. It's very, very interesting. Now, I know some of this I already knew, okay, in regards to the PI that's involved in this, Jason Jensen. We've seen him before involved in different things, but this is quite interesting, folks. And it really made my ears perked up, and I was like, what's going on? Because I was very involved in Summer's case. So, yes, SRB is amazing. I agree. She does so much for the channel, and she's just she's a sweetheart. She truly is all the way around. So, we love her. Welcome, Justice Jane. Great to see you today. I hope you're having a great day, dear. Thank you for joining us. So, like I said, guys, we're moving back to Summer here. This is really, really interesting to me, and I picked up some interesting info here that I had no clue about. DNA sequencing number 42. Hello and welcome. Thank you. So check this out, guys, and I want to hear your thoughts on this once we get through this. For those of you that are familiar with Summer's case, here we go.
Does it give you hope that the investigation is not cold?
Well, I mean, they can only do so much. I mean, I think there was a...
Miss Crystal, good to see you. It's been a while. Glad to know you're doing okay, and great to see you here today. Thank you for joining us. We've missed you, dear.
A lot more going on during the Biden administration. They're just starting to scratch the surface of.
Now, some of this is stuff that you've seen in other stuff we've looked at with Summer recently. It's mixed in, but there's some new information in this that really blew my mind, folks.
Hopefully they'll continue with a lot of this investigative work. And we've heard stories, you know, of things going on in the higher ups and stuff, but, you know, lawsuits and other things, but I don't know.
You do enough for the channel, Tomboy. Stop saying stuff like that.
Do you still believe she was taken by somebody?
Well, we know she was, you know what I mean? She was there one minute and the next she wasn't,
Damn, killer. It's so good.
Nearly 4 years have passed since 5-year-old Summer Wells vanished from her family's home in the hills of Hawkins County, Tennessee, a place where the fog settles low and the truth has always been hard to see. For most of that time, the case moved like smoke through locked rooms. Rumors of rumors, and a wall of silence from those who knew more than they ever said. But recently something shifted, not gradually, not subtly, but like the slow turning of a vault door that had been sealed until now. A series of quiet but calculated events have unfolded in rapid succession. Each one on its own might appear insignificant, but strung together, they sketch the shape of something larger than any of us were meant to see. In May 2025, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation stepped forward with a carefully measured statement. They were
Now, please pay very close attention to what she's about to say right now. This is very, very interesting. Knowing what we know about this case, if you do know these things, it's quite interesting. Just pay real close attention to how they put this.
actively pursuing a lead, one received a few months ago. No elaboration, no confirmation of new suspects, but the language was precise. They weren't casting a net, they were following a thread. They were close, just need a little more information. And they will never give up, they said. Then something happened quietly, with no press conference or headline to announce it. Summer Wells' name was removed from the FBI's official missing children database.
Why would you remove her name from the missing children database? And why would the FBI do that? That's quite interesting, folks. Once again, Summer Wells' name was removed from the FBI's missing children's database. Thank you, Mark. Why would you do that? See? See? We love you, Tandy. You know I love you to death, so stop saying stuff like that. Both of you and her. Exactly, guys. Pay attention.
Just gone. No explanation. No archived listing. A ghost removed from the ledger of the lost. That kind of removal does not happen by accident. There are only a few known reasons a child's name is scrubbed from the FBI's list. The child has been recovered, alive or deceased, the case has been resolved to the agency's satisfaction, or control has shifted entirely for prosecutorial purposes. In all three scenarios, something happened, something changed. Then, just days before the 4th anniversary of Summer's disappearance, something even stranger, a brand new tip, lands in the hands of Utah-based private investigator Jason Jensen. An anonymous caller from Rogersville, Tennessee, claims to know exactly what happened. They don't trust local authorities. They describe the case not as an accident or random act, but as a burglary turned abduction. They urge someone to turn in their brother while there's still time to be spared. Jensen confirms he knows the name of the suspect. He says he handed the information directly to TBI. And lastly, almost on cue, yet another shock. Don and Candace Wells, long the center of public suspicion and the subject of ongoing Department of Children's Services investigations, received formal letters stating they were cleared of all abuse and neglect allegations involving their remaining children. A case that lingered in limbo for years, dismissed in days. Again,
that caught my attention too. 4 years almost that they were under scrutiny, they were under investigation. And now it's cleared. That's all cleared. Now, this is the case with their other kids, too. So their other kids, Dawn and Candace signed the rights away to their children recently. They received this letter after the fact. Was there a deal that was come to, that they offered them a deal for them to sign their rights away and they'd be cleared of all this? Or what happened? Because that's how this works. But they're cleared now. Summer's taken off the FBI's missing list. They're cleared of any suspicion, charges, or anything. And there's a tip. Turns turn in your brother while you still can. Doesn't say who. It just says, turn in your brother while you still can. Something strange is really going on here, folks, and it's driving me nuts because I don't know what it is. The other three kids, the boys, okay, 2 have already been adopted out, and the oldest one, Josie, is up for adoption now too. He's 15. It's a little harder, but the other younger 2, they were adopted. They're together. They're living good lives. Josie's living a good life even through a foster family, but he's up for adoption. They're never getting their kids back. What's going on here, folks? This is very strange. Very strange and very weird. They haven't made any announcements, no statements, no press no nothing. They just did this behind the scenes very quietly. Very quietly. Something is going on. And I'm real curious. Like I said, it's driving me insane because I follow this case so closely and so deeply. Very curious to know what's going on. Thank you, Christy, for that again, dear. Very weird. Very, very weird, folks.
Without fanfare, without a press briefing, it was as if someone decided the wells were no longer part of the danger, or perhaps never were. Meanwhile, local media quietly resumed filming with Don. New footage appeared of interviews taking place, prepping for a release, a reveal, or a shift in narrative. But the law enforcement agencies, silent. No updates, no clarifications, just a growing...
That's my question, Noel. Who is this? Who are they saying to turn their brother in for? That's my biggest question. I want to know. And I've been thinking for 2 days now, going crazy, going through my head, trying to find who this could be. From what I know about the case, can't come up with anything. It's driving me nuts. I'm hoping, because we're going to probably go into doing something with this here soon now, because of these updates. We shall see.
Unnerving absence where answers should be. And now the questions begin to knot. Could it be? What we're seeing in the Summer Wells case right now is the unraveling of a tightly held...
I think Dawn has all sisters. I don't know if Candace has a brother. I don't think either one of them have a brother. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me. I have to go look a little deeper, but I never remember finding one before. There's something strange, seriously, going on with this. Yeah, I played that, Justice. You weren't here, obviously, that day, but I played his, it was almost like a commercial. It was kind of sad, but it shows him talking about what he wants and how he looks, and he seems to be doing amazing. Kind of like an advertisement, so that people can, I think they use it for adoption mixers, so people can see who he is and what his interests are and stuff like that. So, I don't know. Yeah, Candace's sister has been missing for a long time. Rose is her sister. Right. I don't know if it was or if it wasn't. No, I don't know what they're doing here. This could be a strategic thing that they're doing for a reason. Okay, that's all I'm going to say with that. It's very weird. It's very weird. I have some thoughts on it. I may explain it when we do this coming up, this Summer Wells show that we're going to be doing here soon as a revisit. So I'm just saying.
Secret, one that's been protected, managed, and quietly pursued behind closed doors. For years, it felt like the case had calcified into silence. But suddenly, within the span of a month, the pieces began shifting. First with the TBI announcing they were pursuing a specific tip and were closer than ever, but needing just a little more information. Then, without a word, Summer's name disappears from the FBI's National Missing Children database. Almost simultaneously, a new tip is delivered to a licensed private investigator, one that's described as credible and urgent, reportedly implicating someone close to the case. And then days later, Don and Candace receive a letter stating that all abuse and neglect investigations tied to their sons have been dropped. That sequence doesn't read like coincidence, it reads like resolution. It suggests that law enforcement has pivoted away from the parents and towards something or someone else entirely. It feels like Summer's case is no longer a question of what happened, but a matter of when the truth will be told. And whatever that truth is, it's being handled with caution, calculation, and the kind of silence that usually surrounds something too big to say out loud until the last piece is locked in. What do you think all this means?
They're going to be sorry they were ever born.
Who? Sorry, guys. Hold on a minute.
They overlook me, then I double up again. None of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky, but never adapted. So I'm to the one if it's cold.
Okay, 1 minute here.
Where they say my
A very simple formula. Everybody's a suspect.
Break down my walls, but I will rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment.
Okay, so that's the end of it. I don't even know what to say. It blew my mind. I've never in my life heard of them taking a child off the FBI's missing list until they have an answer. Okay, and usually as the public, we know about it when it happens. So, anybody in here? Anybody? Tell me. Let me know. Welcome, Miss Krista Marie. Realities in the house. Thank you for your daily updates and all the work and time you put in. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless, dear. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much. I don't know what the answer is, okay? But I'm gonna tell you right now, I've never seen things done like this before, ever. Never. Not in a situation like this. I got a couple more news clips on this. It may be the same thing. I don't know, but I'm looking for any new info on this now after seeing that last night. And once again, SRB, I was beyond grateful to see that. When she showed it to me, I was like, holy shit, what is this and what's going on? You know what I mean? So, that sounds great, Reality. Thank you so much for being here. It was about the Summer Wells situation. And it's beyond something I can explain to you. I have no clue what they're doing. Summer Wells was removed from the FBI's missing children's list, which is something that doesn't happen. 4 years in, there's no resolve. But they also cleared Dawn and Candace Wells of any of the criminal charges, neglect, anything like that from the other boys. They signed their rights away. That case is cleared. It's gone. Something ain't right. Something is not coming together, okay? And I don't even know. What's up, Spit? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. What in the hell is that? Wow. Check it out. So, Meg P, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Yeah, something's off with that. And I don't know what the FBI is doing. The FBI does not typically control or remove names from the Amber Alert system. That system is managed by state level. Right. And I think they obviously were involved in this case. I don't know what to think. That's all I can say. And I don't know if it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. I want to imagine. Yeah, I saw, and I'll show you some of that stuff too. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you for joining us. Also, Meg, wonderful to see Meg as always. We love Meg here. And somebody else I just saw pop in here. Rowena's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Rowe. And anybody I missed, welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. I appreciate you very much. So, the FBI, they do weird things when they know what they're doing. Jason Jensen is the PI which I know who he is. We've had him, some of his stuff we've played in other cases he's been involved in. I'm very familiar with Jason, and he's got a good reputation too, so I'll give you that. So let's watch this segment here real quick, and then we'll keep moving. And like I said, some of the stuff you may see it more than once because there's different outlets that have the same clips, but there's usually other things thrown in the middle of it. So let's see what we got.
It's been really tough. The social media groups would attack anybody that we knew, any employer that we worked for, and so it made it really hard for us to obtain employment and all these things. And but there's been people that's helped us, along the way, and we really appreciate that. For sure. But we're just hoping, God will turn it all around. And we hope and pray all the time for that, and we hope so. She could be anywhere. We don't know. Only, we just got to hang on to that hope and just do our best to, do what's right. Many times I've wanted to go back out west and everything else, but this whole thing has tied us down to right here. We can't do anything, not really. This whole thing's tied us down to this area for 4 years now. No, I don't think that's really kind of a tough question. For one thing, law enforcement and to me it seems like law enforcement and me and her as parents or whatever do not get along. They see things quite differently, kind of insulting and insinuating, and to me it seems like they kind of look down on you a lot. It hasn't been very good. They tore our house apart 11 times. Why? Why? That just don't even make sense. They searched and tore our house apart 11 times. I've never even heard of that before. To me, that's, I don't know. It really hurt. The whole thing has really hurt me and kind of a lot, but we're still hanging in there for our kids and trying to do what's right. And then holding out hope that somewhere will be found. Well, they can only do so much. I think there was a lot more going on during the Biden administration that they're just starting to scratch the surface of, and hopefully they'll continue with a lot of this investigative work.
I can look into it.
We've heard stories, that of things going on and higher ups and stuff, but lawsuits and other things, but I don't know. Well, we know she was, you know what I mean? She was there one minute and the next she wasn't, down the dog trail. I think so, because that search dog, and I've said it before, that search dog, when it first smelled her clothing or whatever it was, that dog went straight down that dog trail and then lost its scent by the roadside. And I don't know, one policeman said that, I don't know, there's a couple different things. I don't know. It's hard to say.
A lot of strangeness going on with this. One minute, guys. To reload something here. 1 minute. I mean, it's possible, Bonnie. It's possible. But there's something else not right with this. Hold on here.
Summer Wells.
There's a few different channels that have put different things out that I'm just kind of following up with. That's all. See if they throw any extra little pieces of info out there. You know what I mean?
Has a very special place in my heart. I have been following the case from the beginning, and I always feel that Summer was failed by so many in her life. After Summer's disappearance, her 3 brothers were removed from the home and placed in the custody of DCS. The 2 younger ones are apparently together and have been adopted by a family. Josie has been put up for adoption and is currently waiting for his forever family. However, a post from the Wells is highly concerning and makes us wonder whether Josie will be returning home to them. Before I get into that, Don Wells has been spreading the word that the DCS case against them has been dropped. All opinions of abuse or neglect are dropped and unsubstantiated by judge order. According to Tennessee DCS, Department of Children's Services, Don and Candace have not abused or neglected their 3 sons. This is the legal final say. So, what does that mean for Summer? If she is found safe and sound today, she can go home, back to Ben Hill Road. Don and Candace also talked about the video of Josie. They said that the video of Josie gave us pride in our son. But seeing him marketed online like an Amazon product for sale is wrenching. They continue to say that Josie should be sent home, and they expect him any day now. Tim Mullen, the so-called media manager for the Wells, says that the system has no idea how to handle an Amber Alert family. The boys were removed solely because Summer Wells went missing. That means 60% of the witnesses that were in the house on the day Summer vanished were taken away. DCS cleared them the day before Summer vanished, and then now again. They want them to right the wrongs, and start by sending Josie home. Don did a media interview, and he stated that they haven't talked to law enforcement in a long time. They have 2 private detectives that handle that. Candace declined to do an on-camera interview. She wanted to, but then the fear started creeping up apparently. Candace is having nightmares, and then adds the social media pressure, with people online saying that they are suspects. It just adds to the living nightmare.
Hello everyone, this is Don Wells. We're here to report to you that we've got official letters from the heads of DCS that we are cleared from any abuse or neglect on our parts towards our children. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello.
Very strange. Hey, CZ. Good to see you today. Very strange. Wouldn't that be interesting, Lisa? That would be beyond interesting to me. Guys, go check out Miss Christie's channel as well. Please and thank you. Katie Batts, good to see you today. I feel like I heard he was at work, and at one point he said, "I have an alibi," but this, he said he had 7 alibis, but this, yep, he did. That's true. They both have said some things, a lot of strange things. Yeah, we're going to look into that too, Phenomena Mom, real quick here. Welcome, by the way. It's good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, they definitely did. They definitely did, JC, which is what kills me. How did you get cleared from all that? I didn't know you had one either, Christy. And I will be checking you out as well. Thank you for that. And guys, please make sure you go check out Swamp Rose's channel. Please and thank you if you have not yet done it. If we could drop her link in here too. I would greatly appreciate that. If you guys would hop over, hit the like button, and notification bell so you don't miss anything that Rose puts out. She does amazing stuff, and she's just an amazing creator, and I love her to death. I love her work and support her in every aspect. So if you guys would do the same, I would greatly appreciate it, as I know she would too. So please do check her out. Hold on here. I'll show you the thing about this was just put out.
We're
Well,
quickly approaching the 4.
It really wasn't. It was put out like a month ago, but it goes in line with what we've been talking about a little bit here. So here's just a quick little thing here. Deets put this out a month ago. Thank you, JC. Thank you, JC. Yes, Miss Kiki is awesome.
Year mark of the disappearance of Summer Moon Utah Wells. She went missing from her home in Rogersville, Tennessee on June 15th, 2021. We haven't heard much from law enforcement since they released this age progression photo of Summer. A couple days ago, Leslie Earnhardt went on a local Kingsport, Tennessee podcast. And there she did put out a little bit of information about Summer's case that we haven't heard anywhere else.
Also, along those same lines, when a case remains unsolved, like for instance, the Summer Wells case, that's extremely hard because there's nothing that we want more than to solve a case, especially involving a child. And it's hard not having the answers, or being close to maybe discovering something and just knowing that we just need a little bit more information to resolve a certain situation. So there's nothing better than seeing a case solved and seeing justice served. But at the same time, it's also extremely hard for those cases where we haven't seen justice served yet.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned Summer Wells, so I did want to ask any updates on that case from your perspective or from the TBI standpoint, or?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly.
Take care, Michael. Don't work too hard, my friend. God bless.
On any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation and we will not give up.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear.
So it's not a lot of information, and it's pretty much the same that we have heard the entire time about Summer's case, that it's not a cold case, it's still active. There's a little bit new there that they, were following up on tips that they have received in the last couple of months. So I just hope that those tips continue to come in and it can lead to some closure in this case, whether it be finding Summer or getting justice served for her. If you have any information about Summer Moon Utah Wells, please contact the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department or 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Thank you. That was from Deets on the Streets. Appreciate what she put out on that too. If it's an active investigation, why isn't she in the system anymore? That's a great question, Mark. Hold on here. A little bit more, and then we'll get moving on to the next situation here. 1 second here. Hang on. One minute. Trying to pull something else up, guys. Give me one quick second here. Bear with me. Appreciate your patience. All right, 1 second. I'm trying to load this in. Jason Jensen is also has been working on the Kurt Cobain case too, which is something I was thinking about covering at some point. He's also worked on in the OJ situation with John Benet Ramsey. So he's got a bit of a reputation rolling with this stuff that he does. If I can just find something I wanted to show you. 1 minute here. One minute. All right. This other thing is not working. Excuse me. So I think I only have one more little clip on this.
If you guys have been...
That kind of explains the tip thing and what went on a little bit more with it. It's not much because they're not going to put it out there until they handle the situation. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be covering that, Katie. I'm a huge fan of his and music, and I've always had my questions about it. So just like I did with Brittany Murphy, that when I covered her a little bit. Exactly, reality. All right, guys, hold on.
Guys have been following this channel for a while, you will know that one of the very first cases I covered extensively was that of missing Tennessee girl, Summer Wells. Summer is very close to my heart, and it's so frustrating that no arrests or answers have been found in her case, after all these years. Summer has a missing aunt too,
Thank you,
Rose Marie
Krista.
Bly, who also vanished without a trace, and
So I have some theories about Rose here. This is Candace's, Summer's mom. This is her sister, Rose, who went missing as well. She left one day and never came back. Just disappeared. Okay? She's been on Unsolved Mysteries. She's been on the ID channel. She's been on here. I covered her case when I covered Summer's case. I looked into that as well. Oh, Fizzy, it's deeper than you think. If you go back and watch my show on it, I did quite a deep dive on that. There's some things I found that I'm very uncomfortable with the Brittany Murphy situation, and her husband. So, again, thank you, reality. I appreciate that so much, Miss Krista. So let's see. Our mom, pretty right. I got you. I understand. Candace made a statement about this one time while she was under the influence to somebody else, and it really bugged me. At that point, it's when I started looking into it. Just telling you. So this is part of it. I have a feeling. This is my opinion. Okay, don't take this and run with it. This is purely speculation, absolutely alleged. But I have a feeling that what's going on right now may very well have something to do with Rose Bly, Candace's sister. This is just an opinion, guys. That's all I'm saying. All right, Brandy, be safe, hon. If you disappear, I understand, but please, you and Matthew, be safe. Let me know you're okay, okay? And you know what to do if it gets too bad. You head right to the center of that house and go to your bathroom. Either way, just be careful, hon. I'll be thinking about you. But yeah, I think that what is going on now, it's just a slight possibility that it has something to do with Miss Rose here, guys. Don't quote me. Just remember that I said it if something happens, because it's something I've been thinking about recently, and I've been kind of looking just a little bit. Justice Jane says she thinks it might have something to do with Josie, and it could. It could. You could be right, Jane. So yeah. Let this keep going.
still hasn't been found. TBI refused to admit that Summers' case is a cold case. They continue to say that it is an active and ongoing investigation. Anyway, I have some interesting information to share today, but like everything that comes from an online source, I urge you to take this with a grain of salt. A Facebook-verified private investigator, named Jason. He claims to have received a tip in the Summer Wells case over the weekend. The post says, literally just received a tip from someone, an anonymous caller, from Rogersville, Tennessee. He didn't trust his information with anybody else. Thank you, sir, for your trust in me, and for the tip on Summer Wells. Of course, Tim Mullen had to butt in the comments, and gave the TPI number for tips. This PI goes on to say, because of the sudden involvement in the Summer Wells case, I've decided to expedite my pursuit of a PI agency and PI license in Tennessee. A burglary turned abduction. He kept posting about Summer, like this post that says, I know what you did. Turn your brother in, and they will go easy on you. You can remain anonymous. This is not about Summer's brothers. Tim replied to this post too, stating, do not play with our Summer, send your tip to TPI Fallad. You can imagine the amount of interest this information sparked online, and people were asking this PI if he reported this tip to TPI, because what if it is something and it leads to Summer being found? He replied about 6 hours ago, stating, some have wondered about me notifying TPI of the tip I received yesterday. Rest assured I intend to contact TPI tomorrow when they open up. I received the tip over the weekend. You guys can be sure I will be following this closely and keep you updated.
Murky, if you hear me and if you're still in here, Brandy emailed you back, dear. Yeah. So I don't know whose brother they're talking about in that statement, but it's not has no relation to Don and Candace, which is strange to me. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys other than I am just as curious as you, if not worse. Hold on a minute here. Very, very interesting. There's Murky. Oh, no problem, Murky. There's somebody just asked me to let you know that Brandy emailed you back there. And yeah, hold on a minute. Josie is the older brother. He's the oldest brother. I don't think they mean that, though. I don't think it has anything to do with that, Jane. I think this is completely separate. Okay? For somebody altogether different. I don't know. I don't know, Fizzy. So this is Jason's Facebook page, the PI, okay? Like I said, we've seen him on a lot of different things, different cases I've covered. They've consulted him. So that's his thing on the Kurt Cobain stuff. There, hold on here. Just a minute. Hang on. Oh, maybe he took it down. There was something up here. Maybe he did so that he didn't freak somebody out. But it was up here. It showed the statement that was made. Here we go. Okay. Here's the statement that was made 6 days ago. He received this tip, okay? I know what you did. Turn your brother in, and they will go easy on you. You can remain anonymous. Call at that number there. This is not about Summer. See more. Think about it. I have no idea. I know what you did. Turn your brother in, and they will go easy on you. You can remain anonymous. This is not about Summer. Okay? And then there were some people that responded to this. My question, is she alive? A lot of people have lost hope in Summer being alive. Not me. I think she's alive somewhere and has been reprogrammed into somebody else. Well, that happens, guys. They trafficking situations, they do it. And Tennessee had a lot of issues with trafficking issues. If I'm reading this correctly, this anonymous person knows who did it, so why have they not gone to the right people and give this evidence? Seems like they're trying to stir things up. Jason replied 16 times and says, Haley, you don't know everything. I know why, because I spoke to the person. Haley Goins, there's a reason he posted this. Maybe take a course in private investigations and get years of investigative experience behind your belt. Then you'll understand there's a purpose to everything Jason does. Very true. He posted that for a reason, okay, for somebody else to see it. That's, hey, Lacey, good to see you. That's why I believe that Jason put this on his Facebook post so that people would see it and read it, okay? Now, see, this is what people don't seem to understand. Eyewitness testimony isn't the same as physical evidence without a confession or direct evidence. Things like eyewitness testimony without any digital reference or direct evidence aren't always enough. The missing girl. Crowdsourcing hearsay does nothing to help find. See, these people have no clue what they're saying. This man is a professional, and he does have a good track record with this stuff, okay? Hold on. Let's see. Summer's, hold on, sorry, you guys. Summer's oldest brother didn't cause her to go missing. He was just a child himself. I think he knows and possibly saw what happened to her, but is really scared to say something. In 20 years, he will probably say something. Usually traumatized kids will wait until they hit adulthood and spill the beans of what happened. Jason replied to that. That way, this is how I know that it's not those brothers. It says, Teresa Anderson, not those brothers. They're related to each other, not to the Wells. And it says again, this has nothing to do with Summer's own brothers. It's a pair of individuals who are brothers to each other. I guess everyone is thinking in the same direction as thinking Jason is speaking. It says Summer's brothers, a lot of people. I never thought that, but okay. And again, it's reiterating, he's not talking about Summer's brother or brothers. And he clearly said this is not about Summer, not her brothers. So, Jesus. So these people are making this something way bigger than it has to be. No, I know wonder. I feel bad for this guy. So, once again, this has not referenced Josie or her other two brothers. It has nothing to do with them. Hang on here. Also, the person that posted this, okay, did not trust turning this into law enforcement. So they went to Jason instead. Somebody stated that 2 weeks after she went missing, her mama and her mamaw, which would be Candace and Grandis, were there in Jonesboro, which is where Dawn was working when the day Summer went missing. Having a good old time. The only time she cried was when there was a crowd. If that was my daughter that was missing, I would be walking the streets trying to find her. Yes, a lot of people thought differently at different times about this situation. He did turn the names into TBI. Let me see. Somebody said, or column. Now, that name came up in Summer's case a while back, okay? Way back. Is it her? I don't know. Dustin Fleener said, in my opinion, they sold her because of the state agency was going to do a health quality safety inspection, whatever you call it, before the start of school on Summer a couple of weeks before she went missing. Unfortunately, Summer was SA'd. I do think the mother and grandmother did not want to sell her, but didn't have a choice because the father has something on Candace and grandmother about the disappearance of Rose, grandmother's daughter, years ago. So no matter what, they're all guilty. Many scenarios I originally thought the father owed money for drugs. Father worked in construction, worked around a lot of different types of people, illegals and all. Thought he could have some drugs, blah, blah, blah. Never paid, so they took what they wanted. Father, to me, just never looked like a father and just lost his girl. I also thought she drowned that day. The father drove Candace's car to work, blah, 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 blah. So, yes, these are all things that we're talking about. So these are just some things that were posted on Jason's Facebook after he posted what he did. This woman here said that I live right there where it happened, and this happens every time we turn around. Someone claims someone reached out to them, and they have info, but the police never hear of it or get involved. Distraction is taking the heat off of the ones who knew what happened to Summer and where she is. I call BS clickbait trying to get more likes. No, that's not at all what this is. And he is helping in law enforcement with this, by giving the tip over to them. So, hang on. Hold on 1 minute. One second, guys. So, hang on. I pray to God that this does something, you guys, that something comes from this. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting how that all happened now, right? That she was taken off the FBI's missing child's list. That's ridiculously interesting. Now, it also says, Jason also said, because of his sudden involvement in Summer's case, he's decided that he wants to expedite his pursuit to a PI agency and licensing in Tennessee. A burglary turned abduction. Think about that for a minute. Burglary turned abduction. That's what they're saying this is. Okay, that's what they're saying happened with Summer. So what does that mean, you guys? Does that mean that somebody tried to rob them and took Summer as like a hostage, or took Summer instead because they couldn't find what they were looking for? And this was somebody that called Jason that did this, was an anonymous caller. And it shows it right here. Literally just, and this was 6 days, like I said. Literally just received a tip from someone, an anonymous caller from Rogersville. He didn't trust his information with anybody else. Did not trust law enforcement, TBI, nobody. So, I don't know what I don't know how they do things as far as stuff like this goes, but there's definitely some issues with this, the way this has happened so far. And like I said, I know that he did the right thing. He turned the info into the TBI, local law enforcement, so on and so forth. So there is that, guys. I just wanted you guys to see all the little bits and pieces of what I have so far, what I've seen so far. Yeah, exactly, Bonnie. They could have been looking for rugs. Very true. And it didn't happen. I still can't get past the alleged car pic of Summer the same day in the back seat. Something still seems off and not right about that pic. Like Summer was not there, all there. If you get 100% Murky. I said that myself. Like she was zoned out. Something was wrong somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't believe so, Justice. That's the thing. I think that Dawn has all sisters, and I don't know anything about Candace having a brother either. I've never heard that, so I don't know, Justice. That's crazy. I've been trying to find that information out recently, and I can't seem to find anything. No, I understand completely, Reality. I do. The Wells have not been cleared on anything. Only reason they won't get charges for child abuse is because they signed their parental right. Right. That's exactly what I think it is. Okay. What I think happened was they came to a deal. And I think that the state said they would not pursue any neglect or criminal charges against them if they signed their rights away. And left those kids alone and didn't try to get them back. There's a reason that happens. That's what I think happened. And I think you're right in a sense, Teresa, for sure. Okay? That's just my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. There are close neighbors who know what happened, and Andy Dawn's Deeker neighbor said she's buried underneath someone at the cemetery. I heard that before too. Is it true? I don't know. That's why I don't put stuff like that out, because I have no proof, any way to prove that. You know what I mean? So I don't want to say something that's really that serious and know about it, or not know about, not know a truth about it. So yeah, I know what you're saying, Teresa. Absolutely. There was a grave dug right when this happened. Dawn put something like that out, I think. Hang on, I'll show you a little bit more here. This was kind of interesting. Somebody that was involved in this a while back, okay? Here, let me show you something real quick on this. Just give me a couple minutes here to get, or not, just like a minute to get this set up. Hold on. Now, as much as this drives me nuts, I'm going to show you something real quick. I don't support this channel, okay? But I want to show you something. Dawn has a brother, Teresa? Okay. See, I didn't know that. I thought he only had sisters. Thank you, Christy. This is Ziggy Hill. Ziggy was a creator out here. She covered the Summer Wells case. This is Fred Hill. Fred Hill was a neighbor in the Summer Wells situation of Ben Hill. Okay. Thank you, Teresa. I didn't know that. That's interesting. And they hooked up. And here they are. I'm not a supporter of this channel on a regular basis, but this came out yesterday. And it was kind of interesting how it came out yesterday, as considering the other stuff that popped. So I figured I would give you a quick once over with this and show you what they said. If because again, this is a case that I followed. pretty heavily. Okay. And this is interesting that these things are dropping now. So you guys, you can check this channel out if you want to. I'll give you the link. It's up to you. Exactly, Teresa. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna let you see what they had to say real quick here, and on we'll go. I know what you're saying, Teresa. I know a lot of people feel the same way too. I respect exactly what you're saying, and there's reasons why. There's a link for Ziggy's channel if you want, Ziggy and Fred, if you want the channel. Okay. So they only came back one day for this. Hey, Paula, I'm glad you're still here. And I think it's kind of ironic, but I don't know. You guys take it for whatever it is. Give you a real quick feel of this.
Oh, well, thank you, Matthew. Let me pull you guys up on my phone just so I can
Hey everybody.
yeah, I've got a whole new setup for you guys, so stay. That's weird. This could be that he's talking about. I mean, the main ones that pop to my mind would be the Hayes brothers.
Possibly, you know.
Marlena Crawford's the father of her child, those brothers, and they have a half brother with a different last name. I won't put it all out here because he's dangerous and stuff like. I mean, a lot of.
This is why I'm showing you this, because she throws some names out here. Do with it what you may. That's all I'm saying.
These people are very dangerous. The Hills
if it's
brothers.
what I'm thinking, it ain't got nothing. Their names ain't never been on YouTube, and it wasn't a burglary, you know, that happened.
Oh, there was that situation. Do you want to tell? I mean, you've talked about it. Fred's talked about it a little bit. Thank you, Crazy Mom. Good to see you. Congratulations, Fred, she says. Good.
Thank you.
Aw. So
you're okay, Krista. Don't worry about it.
Thank you so much, Chloe, for the Venmo. That was really sweet. But you remember, so Fred talked about on here a time or that day that Summer went missing.
Early evening on 15th.
Yeah,
Amen,
so
Kim. You are absolutely right.
When was it? Like what time you think?
He was probably 15 after 4 when I seen him.
15 after 4?
Yeah.
So that would be kind of right in the timing.
Yeah. But I mean, if that was the incident, though, they would have had to come back to the creek and done it, you know.
So you guys remember that incident that Fred talked about when he was coming out of the holler and there was a guy broke down on a motorcycle, like a moped motorcycle or whatever?
It's a Harley Davidson.
Oh, see, I get it all fucking wrong, dude.
Yeah, he was broke down right before you get to not Mount Carmel Church, but Psalmist Temple Church. And I stopped to help him or asked if he needed help. And that's when he was asking for a relay, and I didn't have no relay or nothing.
What's a relay?
It's hard to explain.
Okay, I was just asking just so in case people.
But anyway,
right, Ginger, right.
Went back and hooked the trailer up and hauled the bike to West Side Inn for him. And his bike had been stolen, and he had found it on the creek on the 15th around Ben Hill somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. And yes, he does have a brother because he spoke about his brother because he talked.
A relay is it's like a switch that you would need, or a little plug-in you need sometimes to keep a vehicle running, or a motorcycle or something. Little plug-in type thing is a relay. That's all. Amen to that one, Kim.
Talked about trying to get a hold of his brother and his dad to come and get it, but he didn't have no cell service.
Unfortunately, the West Side Inn is no longer around. So if they had any surveillance or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to law enforcement about this bike and stuff, and the situation on the 15th, the night of the 15th, when they was talking, asking if anything suspicious in the area or anything.
Was the bike blue?
No, it wasn't blue.
Do you remember what color it was?
And I'm only, like I said, I'm only playing this because they threw a couple names out after what we already just heard. And there's a couple little bits of information that he talks about that I thought were a tad bit interesting. I know he does. Tandy sounds just like Forrest Gump. He always did. That's why I turned the closed caption on, because you can't understand what he's saying sometimes. You never could. Him and Jody Sue the same way. Just saying. They talk too fast. I mean, they get a southern drawl, that's that, but they talk. It's hard to understand, is all I'm saying.
It had a rattlesnake skin seat, and the tank was looked like rattlesnake skin over the tank too.
So this guy, so basically this person was broken down with on his Harley, and there was somebody pulled over behind him, trying to help him. It was a gold Lexus. You guys remember Don said a yellow vehicle was speeding out, but this was a vehicle, or a gold vehicle, that was pulled up behind it trying to help. A Lexus.
Supposedly the one that he had rode with to the creek to try to find him.
I love it, Kim.
So he knew who the person in the Lexus was.
Yeah.
And Fred stopped to help them, and Fred never seen this guy before?
No, I ain't never known before.
And he put the
I was trying to be this polite and helping,
Yeah.
A good Samaritan. Because you get broke down on a creek like that, nobody will stop and help you usually. Even if they know you, they'll just drove on by.
And this happened this has happened at 4:15 p.m. on that day, and that's kind of an important time. I never really thought much of that situation.
I didn't either. That's the only incident.
Well, and also Marlena's ex, the father of her child, is really well known around that area for stealing, and her and Marlena, or him and Marlena,
Murky, bingo.
and Bill Shipley and stuff. Anyways. And they would steal off the wells. They would try to go, because they even tried to get Fred to help them one time steal a motorcycle. So,
talking into helping her and her brother steal somebody.
So,
but I don't know if that's the incident that the PI is talking about or what.
We wouldn't know, because we'd have to have him contact us.
I don't know, there's no burglary or nothing around Ben Hill area. The day before or the day of. And the only thing I know of is just that recovery of that bike,
Yeah, and and also, like, when you think of there's only so many brothers it could possibly really be, if you think about the.
Well, I mean,
tied to the wells. I mean, are they trying to? He's kind of trying to say, like, oh, the wells. The way he's talking, it sounds like he's saying that the wells didn't know that they're not involved. But I can't stand behind that part. But I don't see how that's possible. And as far as Josie going back there, oh yeah, Athena and Fred are BFF for sure.
Yeah.
Josie's 17, right? And plus,
Josie's 15.
I bet it's part of the agreement that Josie can't go back there. They're playing games, and they know why, that they're not going to get any of the boys back, and they know why.
I honestly feel like he will go back once he turns 18.
Just so everybody knows, the two younger boys have already been adopted out. They're gone. Okay. They won't go back as long as they're juveniles. They'll never go back to the wells. Josie's 15, and he's still up for adoption right now. Whatever he does after he turns 18, that's up to him. That's his choice. Nobody can say whether he's going to do it or not. I don't know. Okay. I think that the boys, all three of them, I've seen video on all three of them. They're very well cleaned up, very well taken care of. It sounds to me, from what I heard that in that video of Josie, that they, Krista, that they maybe got him some speech therapy, because his vocal patterns were really bad when he was living there. Okay. And he still has a bit of an impediment you can hear, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it is. He may have grown out of some of it, and they may have gotten him some help for it. Okay. So, right, Kim, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And like I said, I'm only watching this now because of what they're talking about. If anything they're throwing out, because I'm going to look into the names that they have been thrown. Okay. I'm curious as much as I looked into this case and covered this case. I just, there's things I want to know. I'm not saying I believe in any of this stuff, but whatever I can find when I pull up the names that have been thrown out, it's going to tell me something else. So that's why I'm showing you guys this, because it's something I watched real quick. And we ain't going to sit in here for very long with it. I'm just trying to get certain things and show you that there's certain things that I'm interested in. She brought up the Hayes brothers. That was one that I was instantly, my ears alerted to for reasons. And the motorcycle situation as well. There's something else too. I'm trying. The younger, I can't remember the ages right now, JC. They were, God, it's been 4 years ago, you guys. It's like one of the first cases I covered on here. Josie's 15, and the two others were like, I want to say they're 12 and 11 or 12, I think, possibly.
He won't go back before then.
You think he will go back to his parents? Josie will?
Mm-hmm. I feel that way. That's my personal opinion.
Why do you think that?
I don't know. That's the only thing he ever knew, really.
Yeah, I hope not too, because
Leave Sissy alone. Sissy don't want you picking at her. Quit.
Yeah, keep that question.
Yeah, Josie's 15. He's going to be 16 soon. That's my understanding. Exactly, Teresa. Yes, Bee Geek. Rose Bly, Candace's sister, has been missing for quite a while, too. That's her sister.
Coming, guys. We would love to. There's so much I'm sure we'll get into that I'm trying to. Fred is 100% right. He will go back as soon as he turns 18. Many do. I got a kitten and I named him Perlock Holmes. So I'm just having fun. The kids will always want to be with their parents. Oh, thank you, Randall.
I'm going to scrub through this, guys. We're not going to watch this nonstop. That way, just be prepared. We ain't sitting through this whole thing.
True. Wish that us bugged Fred like
Grand Bun come off the hill in black SUV.
Was it Grand Bun or was it
Grand Bun. The older lady.
The one with the one? Okay.
I guess it's Grand Bun.
And they were giving you a hard time saying that they were going to contact Ronnie Lawson. And
like they had Ronnie Lawson on speed dial and everything.
Yeah.
I wish they would have called.
I see a comment from that Dustin tattoo guy telling PI to text or call him. Dustin tattoo guy. Dustin.
Let me see the Hayes on.
Now, I don't know if it's the same guy. There was a guy that worked with Don by the name of Dustin. They interviewed him early on. Hey, Court Jester, good to see you. Don't forget Candace, the fourth, Summer's older sister. That was the first kid CPS took from. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Candace has many other children too, guys. That she had in other relationships, by the way. Answer 42, hello and welcome. Wasn't Josie 13 this summer? No. Josie was 11, I think. 11 or 12, and then the other two. Maybe you're right. I swear to God, he's only 15 going on 16. Yeah, there, the Mama Bear's got it. At the time of her disappearance on the 15th of 21, Summer's brother, 3 older brothers whose ages were 12, 9, and 7. Okay, so yeah, Josie was 12 and the other two were 9 and 7. So 4 years later, one's 13, one's 16. He's getting ready to turn 16. That's right. And the other's 11. So I was right. It's about right. Thank you, Mama Bear. Makes sense. So there we go. I'm reading. I mean, read the room. Who are you talking to there, Tandy? 2 kids in Wisconsin she lost too. That's right. Isn't that? I think that's where Rose went missing from. And there's another girl. That's right. There was another little girl. They had a lot of kids, guys. The boys, 2 of the boys were adopted out. The 2 younger ones, Raquel, and then Josie is up for adoption now. I showed you guys the other day his CSB mixer that he puts up. They put up a video for him to talk to let people know who he is and what he's about. Anybody that would be interested. Yep, that was on the property. I remember that, Kim. It was a big deal. Everybody made a big deal about it. We looked into it, and it was absolutely nothing.
Dustin.
Oh, talking about Overbay. Dustin Overbay.
Dustin Overbay?
He's got a brother as well.
Yeah, they do have brothers. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Lived on Simpson Lane. And see, one of his brothers also owns a Maroon Tacoma single cab with a ladder rack, black ladder rack. I mean, at this point, I don't know what's relevant to the case and what's not. You know, I talked to law and TBI about so much. Because when I pulled up, when you go up a driveway, you can go left or right, and I went right and come up by the basement. And when I pulled up to the top, that was the first thing I seen, because the pool was set up where the for sale barrel where someone was dancing at that time. And when I pulled up, he was sitting with his back to me, just laying back in the pool with his arms out on the edge of the pool, just laying back again the pool. And Summers actually just jumping around in the pool playing. You know, I just felt it was odd for nobody else out there. You know, as I look back on it.
Really? I hope so, Annie. Shay shot, they were thinking that CPS dropped everything because there's going to be movement in Summers' case.
Most likely.
And the charge is being dismissed. So, and I don't understand the Josie situation completely. Is it just because he hasn't been adopted out? I don't know why. I thought he said I thought he didn't want to go home.
That's what I understood him to say. You know, somewhere or somebody
probably does it.
I don't know if he actually said it, but that was rumored that allegedly he said it. You know.
The guy I was talking about, I went to his profile.
I know what you mean, Raquel.
7-Eleven tattoo and Amanda Bernard tagged with him. Amanda Bernard.
Amanda Bernard is she's one of them that went down in the big bus in Beach Creek with James Light and all of them. Her father's actually just went back to prison. He just got busted twice in about 6 months. Where they was posting, you know.
Since I've been on here last, Whistles, now Little Lights.
He stays hyper anymore. He doesn't have to call. Because I don't know no burglary that happened.
Hey,
all
Lisa.
I know about it is that one thing.
Yeah. The paper says the case was dropped because the children were no longer there to abuse. People should read it. The boy is never going back. I know. And why does Tim Mullen think it's a good idea to gaslight everybody and make it seem different than, you know, make it seem like, oh, they were found innocent, and it's just not what happened. Did Summer ever exhibit any symptoms of being messed with? I mean, some people think because from pictures and stuff. What, Steve? Is there any Steve? There's that one Miller.
Steve Miller, someone I know that's down in that way, which is Brandon Clark's half brother.
I agree. They definitely don't need to, Teresa.
So Lockdown with April says, I have a question for Fred. Did Fred see Jose about a week before Summer went missing?
No, I've never seen Jose hurt.
Yeah.
So who's saying Jose?
Yeah, and has Fred saw anyone that looked like Jose on the hill at any time?
No, the only one.
Now, Jose lived with them for a short period of time, and Grandis had a thing for him, and Jose is now sadly deceased. He moved away from there and was doing whatever, and now he's passed on years back now, guys. It's sad. So
one I've ever seen on the hill other than the Wells and the Wells kids was Damien. It's the only time I've ever seen anybody over there. I've never seen nobody.
But how many times have you been up there?
Oh, I ain't been up there but a handful of times. And the reason I went up there today, I seen Damien in the pool. I rode up there to see if Don might had a gallon of gas or something I could use or borrow to make sure I made it on the town to the gas station. That's the only reason I went up there then.
And Damien has always been one of my theories. Damien is Jody Sue Brown's son. Damien had some issues. Damien was a what do you call it? I call him a creeper, but peeping Tom. He had peeping Tom issues, things like that. Damien's always made me nervous. Okay, and the way Jody came out and talked all over the place about everything, it was kind of like she was trying to draw attention to rape with something, and inserted herself the way she did, and I just had to wonder. That's all I'm saying. So Damien, like he was saying that when he went up there, Damien was sitting in that pool, just kind of back to the entrance to the house, and Summer's jumping around the pool. Damien's sitting there leaning back, doing this, doing that. Just very, I remember that whole story. Very inappropriate for them two to be interacting, you know? And it would have been very easy for Damien to do something, to grab somebody, whatever. And it made me very uncomfortable, you guys, from a long time ago. That's truly fact, okay? Yeah, he was ran off adult women for creeping and being a peeping Tom. Teresa's saying they sent him to the military. That's right, to get rid of him. Bonnie's saying, yep. I mean, these are facts, folks. That's where my mind went when they brought all that out, and nobody else really touched on that. And I said, well, that's something ain't right there. That's all I'm saying.
A failed robbery attempt that ended in a kidnapping. I just feel like we would have already discussed like who it could possibly be, because I mean, gosh, we've gone over this case, and I mean, Fred knows a lot. I want to say everybody out there, but a lot of people out there. We've talked about all the different people when he was in the drug scene too. So, and there's only certain ones that frequented the wells, you know, that have brothers.
I mean, just like Frank Light and stuff, I never knew of him going to the wells or nothing, but I never have even talked to really Frank. I talked to Roy some and Jamie a little bit, but I've never really talked to Frank. So I never knew his situation. I mean, I lived beside of Frank on Light Holler for a little while.
Hey, electronic media.
Years ago, about, I don't know, 15 years or so ago.
Basically, Moonshine Girl, that seems to be what the PI is alluding to. There was something else I was gonna, maybe some boys Hunter knew. Oh, really? In the first year or two, didn't BK play a tape saying it was a failed robbery and they grabbed the wrong kid? Well, that whole wrong kid thing has
been floating around for a long
time
since the beginning of the case.
Yeah. There was something else here I was gonna. Oh yeah, the PI is from Utah. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it does.
I did a little bit, and I did a reading on it too, and it was like came out connected to the mom and dad of it. It was like Summer's mom and dad, and you know, almost like he was connected through them, but I don't know how. Gosh, they don't have a money to, unless I don't understand why he did certain things, you know, like it didn't make sense, but I mean, he's got much more experience than I do in the field, and more expertise, so I'm sure he has a reason behind why he did certain things.
I know. I mean, it don't make sense why he comes straight to YouTube before he turned the tip in. Then holler he's going to turn the tip in Monday. Why not turn it in over the weekend? You know, they're open 24/7 for tips. And him stating that he knew the person's name and stuff. Well, if that's the case, then he needs to turn it straight into TBI, and TBI needs to go straight to them. If that's the case, you know, it just don't seem right to me.
I mean, I know he was probably trying to like fish for information or
That's
fish
what it
for.
seems like to me. He seemed like he just fishing for information, trying to see where it will go, just throwing something out there to seeing what will happen, you know.
He knows what he's
Because
doing.
the only type of robbery, I mean, I saw a lot of comments. Like my favorite part of those type of posts and stuff are the comments. I like to see all y'all's like opinions and stuff. And a lot of people were saying that they don't see how that could be, you know, like what would they steal there? I mean, but the thing is, I mean, Fred has heard people like Marlena Crawford was planning on trying to steal from the wells at one time and stuff that Fred knew of. And
yeah, they tried to get me wrapped up in wanting me to go over there with them and stuff.
Oh yeah, so
the way that this would make some sense, folks, okay? There were certain things that Don had in his house, that he kept in his house, that he was giving and selling to other people at one point in time that we found out about years ago. So if other people, maybe somebody that he had sold to, knew that he had it in his house, they're going to go looking for it if they want it. They don't have to pay for it. They'll just steal it. And I think that very well could be how this went down, is if somebody goes in there looking for something and encounters a little girl, you know what I mean? And it was, you know, a situation that just happened in a very quick period of time, then yeah. You know, if she saw who was there and was going to say something and they grabbed her so that she couldn't. Think about that. You know what I mean? Turn your brother in while you still can, and they'll go easy on you. And I gotta wonder, that's what I was wondering, if it was, if they went in and they were going to try to steal something, she came upon them, and so that she couldn't run back. If maybe she knew who the person was, okay, so that she couldn't just go back and say who it was. They grabbed her. What they did to her, I don't know, but I don't know. It's crazy though. That's what I've been thinking of, possibly. I'm not sure 100%. We don't know for sure. Just saying. Yeah, the dogs were all gone that day, which is amazing to me. How about that? Jose, Kim. There was a guy named Jose that was squatting there, they said. Summer's footprints were found on adjacent properties. This suggests someone was carrying her and set her down. Very big possibility, yes. All right, anyway, let's
talk about some of her lies. Yeah. Let's talk about some of her lies, like that she tried to say about you. She said you shot at her.
Oh yeah, I tried to say I'd shot at her and stuff. That wasn't me that shot at her. It was
like came out connected to the mom and dad of it. It was like Summer's mom and dad, and you know, almost like he was connected through them, but I don't know how. Gosh, they don't have the money to, unless.
So what they're saying here is, in the first year or two, didn't BK, which is Betty Keys, play a tape saying that it was a failed robbery and they grabbed the wrong kid.
I don't understand why he did certain things, you know, like it didn't make sense, but I mean, he's got much more experience than I do in the field and more expertise, so I'm sure he has a reason behind why he did certain things.
I know. I mean, it don't make sense why he comes straight to YouTube before he turned the tip in. Then holler he's going to turn the tip in Monday. Why not turn it in over the weekend? You know, they're open 24/7 for tips. And
so she like it's like Annie. She says a veta tip one that goes along with Pruitt's narrative.
But the last time I was at the wells before Summer went missing, it was roughly 3 weeks to a month beforehand.
Has been guest for on like court TV. Almost. He hates it. I said you hate it.
Because I used to have a long ponytail. The last time, it was about 340, but when he come back out,
Don did admit he removed 13 adult dogs that day. And then the red truck accident, Don posted on his Facebook.
that red truck there didn't wreck the same day that Summer went missing. Oh,
Yeah, it was like
that
it was
it
after.
was a red S10, which belonged to Dewey Lemons. That had a 4-wheeler and stuff. That happened, I think that was after Summer went missing. Wait, I don't know.
Abandoned in another spot on June 15th. Ellie cannot locate that red truck. Different than the red truck wreck. Oh, okay. We'll be back. Oh my God. April, calm down, okay? Bye. I'm just gonna. You're ruining our party. We're trying to have a good time here, and you're being a
Grave digger. Because he's a prostitution ring and stuff of Dawn's.
Oh yeah, oval.
Yeah,
Dolan.
This is why I'm getting this, because of the names and stuff that they're dropping. That some of these names I remember from back then. Some of these names I'm not familiar with, and some I forgot. That's the problem. So that's why we're kind of scrubbing through this real quick. Oh, you're good, reality.
Orville is the one that had it shut down, but Danny or Roy Dolan was the one that Lonnie had redone done a older model truck for, but it wasn't no great big truck, you know. It was like a 40-something model or something. What is it?
I can get Molly in here.
He was been recently in jail.
Because Bubba was
I mean, it's not even shocking anymore, you know? So all I have to do is play that clip, and I could just shut anybody off, you know, mic drop every time. Now, when we're on here on the computer, people have, you know, you're behind a keyboard. I don't know.
And they're going to play this clip again. So hang on,
Thanks,
and
so
we'll be about done. That's all really I wanted you guys to hear.
I mean,
against the living position.
mm-hmm. Let's see.
And anybody that's familiar with him, I do not trust Tim Mullins at all.
Right here.
Not at all, Chris.
Right here. Oh, thank you, Amos.
Yeah, thanks, Amos.
That was so nice of you. No, we don't want to upload something. Present, share screen. Right here. Right here. Listen to this and tell me tell me that Dawn's a good person.
Shirley was supposed to Bear. Now Bear. Now that little girl right there, I think her apart, right? Bear. That poor little girl, she's got a body.
Now, this is Dawn talking about the 12-year-old little girl and making reference to her in ways that he shouldn't. And this is what they always go back to with him, okay? Everybody does the same thing. And granted, I'm not saying that he should have said these things. This was all looked into by TBI and the county. Hell, I think the state even looked into him over these things and other things that were stated about Don, and that is what it is, okay? Believe me, I don't think Don's the greatest person on the planet. Just saying. But you know, a little trigger warning just in case this were to bother anybody, which it could. But again, these are things, it's the same thing everybody goes back to with him, always. Yes, they always have marbles in their mouth. Reminds me of somebody else I know, chewing on glass. Kane B. What's happening, Caney? Kane. Big Daddy Kane. There you go. No, you don't look like that, Krista. Yeah, Dr. Roy is talking that to all in his with all the saying all thing. That's what I hear when they talk. Same thing with Jody. Just with her, you gotta hang a cigarette out of her mouth. That's the only difference, Kim. So yeah, don't think you're the only one. I promise you.
From hell, and I've seen all kind of black dudes all over the park. And you know what? All they only want one thing from her. She'll be pregnant. If she ain't pregnant right now.
How old is she?
What, 13? How old is Barbara?
12.
Wait, is she half black?
12. Bear is 12.
Okay.
What's up, Backwoods?
So I have to pee real quick. So I'm gonna let this play for just once or twice while I go use the bathroom like I was planning to a second ago. So once I'll be right back.
Surely we're supposed to bear.
Yes, ma'am. He sure enough does, Tandy. That's what I was referring to.
Bear. Now, Bear. Now, that little girl right there, I think her at the park, all right? Bear. That poor little girl, she's got a body from hell, and I've seen all kind of black dudes all over the park. And you know what? All they only want one thing from her. She'll be pregnant.
And yes, I know. Why is a 50-year-old man looking at a 12-year-old girl making statements like that? I fully agree. But that is what everybody goes back to with Don. It's not right, and it's obvious. He's racist. He said that a long time ago. So, you know, it is what it is. But that doesn't mean he did something to his daughter as far as, you know, taking her life or something. Nobody knows that yet. Yes, that's Don Wells talking reality. Jesus, I think I played this 300 times back in the day. But this is what the same clip everybody plays. And that's because of other things Don has done that, you know, everybody automatically was like, whoa. So, you know, it is what it is. You guys know what this is. So, but there's something else too, I think, that's in here real quick. And then we'll be done with this.
If she ain't pregnant right now.
How old is she?
What, 13? How old is Barbara?
Wait, is she half black?
12. Bear is 12. Surely we're supposed to bear. Now, Bear. Now, that little girl right there, I think her at the park.
Ew, selling films?
Yeah, I think it's like 3 days after PG had mentioned something about the grave, you know, that Marlena just contacted her out of blue because PG contacted me and said, you feel explained that she's contacting me and wanting to know when I'm going to go live next about the grave and stuff.
He's not really the patriarch. I was trying to find where I downloaded
All right, so those are the names that were dropped in. Let you guys hear. There's nothing else in there. There was one other video on this. These things have made me kind of revisit Summer again. Hey, Clifton, good to see you. I did. We're going to go to that next here, Clifton, in just a minute. Just trying to finish this Summer Wells stuff up. Hold on. There were things brought up about Andy Bernard recently again. You guys aren't familiar with who that is. Hold on here. And I don't know. I go based on what Ellie says. And, you know, I trust Jason Jensen's stuff too to an extent. 1 second here. Oh, I guess supposedly the Summer Wells, the signing the rights away thing, Summer Wells supposedly Summer was included in that. I don't know. I can't give you guys a full deal answer to that one. Now, this is what he believes is why they signed their rights away. I'm gonna give you this, and this is again. Don B has covered this case for quite a long time. You guys take it or leave it. And again, this is not another person I'm not the biggest fan of, but you get information and it helps you with certain things you look into. I hope you're doing awesome today. All right, Bonnie, we love you, dear. Enjoy your daughter. Oh yeah, answer 42. Anybody that ever covered it ain't letting it go till we find her. That's a fact. So, all right, here. Let's see what he's saying about why they signed their rights away.
All right, guys, I am on. Sorry about that. I must not have a good internet connection in here. So let me know if you can see and hear me okay. Go ahead and let me know if you can see and hear me okay, guys. Let's see. Got Tanya in here. Got Amanda in here. Ain't got too many people in here. I guess we're so late. Have Mercy. Hello, hello. Had to run and move the cars too. Had a big storm come in. You know, saying on the news networks, guys. Let me know your thoughts about everything Don Wells have pretty much said up to this point on the news, I guess. Hey, nerdy girl. Hi, Riley. The news interviews that he's done, basically, and I've caught this too, guys. I've seen a lot of people that were having their back. I've seen some people that were really having the Wells's back. Really say this time around, you know, on the stuff he's talking about on the news, there's, you know, they're like, well, he's not making himself look good, you know, by talking about that instead of Summer. You know what I mean? Let's see. Superstar Girl says, hello, Donna B. What's going on? Oh, by the way, guys, I can't put your comments up here because I'm not using live stream or StreamYard. I'm not using StreamYard, so I'm just using the YouTube live. So I would put your comments up here, but YouTube, when you go live on YouTube, it won't let you do that. No, they've not found Summer Wells, Superstar. Hey, Susan, welcome across the pond. Yeah, nerdy girl. Nobody's been cleared yet, and apparently Hawkins County just put out a statement today, which I'm glad they did. But it really wasn't much of one, but it you know, at least it's something. And it said, you know, Ronnie said that they continue to work on it every day. They're continuing to get tips that they have to validate, and things like that. So, and I know I have a pretty good idea where those tips are coming from. I have a real good idea where those tips are coming from, but and I'd say they are. And again, I would say that the TBI is doing 90% of the investigative work, and Hawkins County is just following up on, you know, specific tips that come in that are, you know, substantial, I guess. But, you know, TBI, I mean, they've not taken the lead in the investigation, but, and this is stuff that nobody's really going to tell you guys. It's kind of just the way it works. TBI is basically doing all the grunt work, all the heavy lifting, if you will, for the investigation, and just relaying what they find back to Hawkins County. And they're just still building a case. Like the district attorney said, if it gets to the point where we can press charges, we'll have to look at what charges, to press. And he said, in a case like this, it would probably go to the grand jury. Now, why would the district attorney? They know something, guys. They know something, because the district attorney said, in a case like this, they know a lot more than what we think they do.
Thank you, Miss Christie. And yes, guys, I appreciate you guys joining us today. It being a Saturday, very much appreciated.
And when the district attorney mentioned the players in the investigation, that tells me that they know specific names and people that they're looking at in this investigation, and they're building a case on those individuals. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, but if that's the case, see, this is what things like this I don't agree with Dawn on, is like this. 4 years, they've been building cases on people, okay? It ain't just that. There's other stuff going on. It was quiet for a long time until this new stuff just hit. That's part of the problem here with this, so.
Because, she, in my opinion, she knows at this point she needs to keep her mouth shut, because it's in her best interest too. I mean, they can, Dawn can sit on here and say, well, she would love to talk about it, but she just doesn't feel good when she gets ready to talk. He can make all the excuses he wants to, but in my opinion, Candace knows what to do.
Holy moly, good golly, Miss Molly is not here, but Alicia is. Hello, Miss Alicia. Hey, Miss Alicia J. Good to see you. Kent Kearney, good to see you. Good to have you here. Yep, I agree with that, Kent. That's what I'm kind of been worrying about. Like, it's been 4 years and it's been real touchy, and if they're not touching it, they get a tip. Let's not screw it up now. Let's make this happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm right there with you, Kent.
The deal is, and she's keeping her mouth shut for her best interest. That's what I think. Have Mercy says, what will it take to get any further on this case? Will it have to be a witness? I'm not sure. I've been saying this all along, ever since Jody Sue said, Andy was taking stuff over there for, so little girls could be sedated and to be touched. I was just like, so they were having parties over there, and it involved a bunch of minors, and I do like Jody Sue saying there's more victims and she hopes they come forward. I do hope they come forward. Hopefully they have come forward, but no,
he got more than beat up. He got the living hell beat out of him. Answer 42. That's true.
I don't know. I don't know, guys. I would really hate to see what was going on over there at 110 Ben Hill Road before Summer went missing. It sounds like pretty graphic in itself. Everybody watching, it kind of freaked Jody Sue out. She said when Dudley said that Summer was running around on the property naked in front of a bunch of people that they had up there. So thank you, Janet. Yeah, everybody hit that thumbs up button if you don't mind.
And Dudley was somebody that worked with Dawn. He gave I think he gave 2 interviews, and that was one of the statements he made, that him and his wife were there picking up a check or something, I don't remember, and that he'd seen Summer running around in the nude, in and out of the swimming pool and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely not that's wrong. Okay, very wrong. Why did he get beaten up? I think he said something to somebody. I can't remember Kim exactly, but it was something within here, and somebody found him and went after him. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah, he got it pretty bad, I guess. I don't know the exact details. So there's a lot of skeevy people in this. You ain't lying.
That is an absolute free way to support the channel.
That's a good way to put it, reality.
But well, let's get into the main topic of the live stream here, guys. Why do you think the main reason Don and Candace signed away their rights? I mean, what exactly caused Don and Candace to sign their rights away? I mean, obviously, you know, they got the letter that they got, you know, and everything that Don got, you know, I mean, everything Don's been saying in the letter he's got.
Now, all these things, okay, all happening at one time. Think about it. It's very, very strange. First and foremost, the biggest and strangest thing about this entire setup, okay, 4 years I've covered this case. Molly, Mama Bear, me, and a couple other people were, Miss Sherry, God rest her soul, I miss her. We're very deep into this case all the time, deep diving, right? So, right, Alicia, yeah. He was pretty heavy in the Summers case, always has been. So, to hear that the FBI removed Summer quietly, mind you, they did not alert the public. They didn't talk to anybody about this, but they removed Summer from their missing children's list. That's big. That's real big. They don't just do that, okay? There's a reason for that. And that happens. Jason Jensen gets the tip. Turn your brother in now, and they'll go easy on you. That this was a burglary turned abduction. That's the tip. The FBI thing with removing her from the missing children's list. Don and Candace get a letter from the FBI stating that they have been cleared of all neglect and abuse charges against the boys. All of that wrapped into a ball, folks. Think about all of that happening at one time. And it's close to the 4th year mark of Summer's missing anniversary. That is very strange, okay? Burglary in broad daylight with all those. Yeah, bingo, Alicia. That's the thing. But here's the thing, folks. I remember multiple times, even Benny Keys, who I don't follow him, but I used to watch anybody I did. Anybody that talked about Summer's case, I followed them. Molly used to be a moderator for Benny long time ago. So, Don used to talk about, they would get tipsy, okay, him and Candace both, and they would talk about things that they had within their grips, certain recreational stuff that they had in their home, things they were doing with it, so on and so forth, and other people in that neighborhood knew about this. So there's a good reason for somebody to try to rip them off, okay? Is it possible that somebody tried to go in there at the same time, and, you know, maybe Candace didn't tell her story right? Maybe she was a little bit more distracted doing something else. Who knows? But Summer goes in the house, goes down to the basement, whatever, and that door was left unlocked. That basement door. Maybe Summer came into somebody trying to do something. She saw them and knew them, okay? Because they all knew each other around that area. And many of the people that came around the Wells were known by their kids. They knew who most of the people were, had seen them before. And what if that's the case? And they grabbed Summer because she saw them and off they go. That makes sense to me. It does. If this was a true robbery type thing. I'm just saying that would make some sense. But like Alicia said, broad daylight, that's pretty ballsy. But here on Gun Hill Road, they didn't seem to care about a whole lot. Yeah, the boys were upstairs playing video games. That's true. Very true. But if this happened in a different part of the house, listen, guys, when my kids play video games, they don't see or hear anything else. That's just all there was. When they were younger, we could talk to them about everything and anything, and they have never recollected the conversation because they were so focused. So, I don't know. I'm just saying this is a very interesting plot here. JJ always says that people will tell a PI things they will not tell LE. That's why they're important. That's a good point, LL. And they said right in their statement, this person said that they didn't trust anybody. They didn't trust law enforcement for reasons that we all know why. A lot of people don't trust TBI, and a lot of people definitely didn't trust nor trust Ronnie Lawson or anybody with Hawkins County. That's a fact. No worries, Kent. No worries. It is very interesting series of events to all unfold at one time. Something is going on. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'll shut up and let him explain this, and then we'll jump out of here, because that's why I just wanted him to explain his side to this, because he's got pretty good insight into this case as well. Burglary with 3 boys, little girl, granny, all that. I mean, I'm just saying, answer 42, you're right. It doesn't make sense. Just like Alicia said, in broad daylight, mind you. It depends on what's going on with the other 2. Somebody was watching this place, obviously, before they did it. That's my opinion, of course. They were watching what was going on, who was there, who wasn't. Maybe Candace and Grandis went inside the trailer when she rerouted her leg, and they were in there for a few minutes. The kids are in the house. Somebody tries to sneak through while the boys are playing their video games. Summer runs into this person and gets grabbed. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just a theory, folks, based on what has been stated already. What I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be looking into the people that I remember. I'll have to go dig out some old notebooks. I even have a new one I started on this, a brand new one. And look up some of the people that I knew about that were close to the case, per se, that have siblings or that are, have brothers, that so on and so forth. That's what we're going to be looking at. I'm going to be looking at, I should say. That kind of thing takes time if you're doing it right. Amen to that, Elisa.
That's just going in one ear and out the other for me. I mean, that's of no importance to me, because I know.
And for those of you that don't know, like I said earlier, I'm going to be doing a revisit to Summer's case here and pretty much just kind of kick it from the beginning and do a quick catch up to where we're at now, and then relate any of this stuff to that here coming soon. I'm going to be doing that.
What's coming down the road, right? I kind of know what's coming down the road, and that is the least of their worries, in my opinion. So Janet says jail time. Have mercy says, I don't think they want the responsibility. Tracy says, so they wouldn't be arrested. Tanya says to keep from being charged because CPS will dismiss it when they sign over. Yeah. I think it was a deal. I mean, it's like you sign over your rights, and you won't have to worry about us no more.
And see, that's kind of what I think may have happened, is that they were going to be given some pretty hefty charges on this. Neglect, child abuse. There could have been some other abuse charges coming. And they made a deal with them and said, listen, just sign the kids' rights away so that they can be adopted, because they've been in foster care for 4 years. Just sign them away. You'll have nothing to do with them. And we will close the case, and we will drop all the charges against you, and you move on. And it may have been something they had to do in order to process the next situation with Summer. Okay, think about that for a minute. That could be why, partially why that could be too. And it does. It makes a little bit of sense. It's still a lot, but it does make some sense, with nothing else making sense in this case. So that I can understand that part of this. It does make a little sense to me. So yeah, it was. It was actually just as big as, probably a little bit bigger than Idaho for a minute, but now Idaho has surpassed everything now that we see. Just saying. So
that's just CPS that they don't have to worry about, right? And to be honest with you, CPS is still on the table when I stop and think about it, because let's say in 6 months, if Don and Candace get arrested, right, for what happened this summer, when they go to court over those whatever charges they get, if they get charged with some criminal charges in relation to Summer's disappearance, the district attorney, the prosecutor's office, will probably subpoena the CPS records, and now we probably won't get we won't get to hear it, but they'll, if it's live streamed or whatever, the stuff that they talk about in relation to CPS will be private. You know what I mean? So it could really come back to haunt Don and Candace if they're arrested and face charges in court for Summer's disappearance. So in a way, the CPS stuff really isn't over, because I can see that coming back to haunt them in court later on. What do you guys think? Hey, Nicole. Because I mean, it wouldn't surprise, it wouldn't surprise me if the prosecutor's office didn't subpoena some CPS records, and Janet, supposedly CPS was out there on and off. Some of it sounds like was in regards to Hunter's mom. There was, Hunter's mom, I guess, was calling CPS on Candace. I guess Hunter's mom actually had to call the cops at some point on Candace because something was going on up there. So, I mean, it wasn't Dollywood up there at Dawn and Candace's. At 110 Ben Hill Road, it wasn't Dollywood. I can tell you that right now. Zoe said, what kind of defense do they have? Literally none. They're lucky to not have been charged with neglect at the very least. Right. And I'd say, once this gets into a courtroom.
Oh my God, why can't I think of her name? Does anybody remember Hunter's mother's name? She passed on now. She was the heavier set lady that was sitting at the table when Chris McDonough interviewed Hunter that day with the grandmother and her. She was the God, what was her name? I'm trying to take notes and I can't think of her damn name, but yeah, Chris interviewed her. He said her name many a times too. I can't think of what her name was. Guys, show. What was her name? Jeez. Come on, Chris. Tell me vicariously. Allison. Thank you, Kim French. Good God, love ya. Can tell Kim was on this case. That's it. Allison is Hunter's mother. And again, has passed away. Schindler's List. Cane Shed. Schindler's List. Okay. Chris McDonough. Thank you, Mama Bear. Allison, Grandma, and yeah. And sadly, Allison is passed away. Sadly. All right. I was trying to, instead of just writing Hunter's mom, I wanted her name written down. All right. LL said the Idaho 4 is held up because federal overhaul after administration change. Therefore, they will facilitate a mistrial and hold alternate perps until more favorable political climate. Feds hold all 80 agents. Leslie, who also there? Leslie passed away too. That's right. There, she was at that interview too. She's the one that said she was a nurse. Good God, what were they doing that they've all passed away? They weren't old. If I remember right, Allison was like in her 30s. Were they doing drugs, guys? Schindler's List. Cane Shed. Great movie, by the way, Kane. Thank you, Teresa.
There's going to be a lot of witnesses called to testify. Hey, Bard. So can you just pull a pew on CPS? I don't think she really pulled, from what I understand, Candace.
No, she pulled a pew on Ernie Shell, though. If anybody remembers good old Ernie Shell, good Lord. The people that were involved in this case, I'm telling you. It was pneumonia. Thank you, Teresa. Unhealthy lifestyle. Makes sense. No, she probably wasn't. Mama Bear is right. She didn't seem very healthy. I agree.
May have showed
Schindler.
A shotgun.
Got you.
May have answered the door with a gun. Now I'm not sure if that was on Allie I'm thinking that she answered the door, or she told Allie if she come up there. I don't know, something to do, but there was a gun involved. I don't know if she actually pointed it at anybody, but it sounds like she answered the door with it. You know what I mean? So
that was a threat. Allie threatened to go up there and take the kids out of the house at one time, and Candace said, if you show up here, you're going to meet the butt end of a gun. I don't know that it happened, but I do know that she did pull a gun on Ernie at one point in time, because Ernie went up there for something too, and it was a whole thing. Hunter Johnson. No, Kane. Oh, Jesus Christ, me. Different case, bro. This is the Summer Wells case, bub. It's that Nashville water. You ain't lying, bro. Got to be something about that. Not the Idaho 4 case, bro. The Summer Wells case. I've covered multiple different cases. You're good. Appreciate the help. Even you trying to help. Either way. Nope. Candace wouldn't let Ellie have her own kids back. That was part of it too. That's right, Teresa. Thank you. See? I love Teresa. I love Teresa because my brain and my memory are bad, but Teresa's got it all. Between Teresa and Kim, there's my investigative team right there. Boom. That's why Allie called the police. See, there was another situation, though, that they were telling a story on. I read that I think Ernie put out, Teresa, if you guys remember this, that Hunter had talked to somebody. Or somebody called Hunter, I can't remember, or told somehow or another he found out. And there was something going on up there. And Allie got all hot in the pants, got all excited and riled up about the kids. And she called Candace and said, if something about, is this going on? Or is that true or whatever? And I'm going to come get them kids my damn self and call the police if it doesn't stop or something like that. And Candace threatened her that way. But that was the other situation you're right about. I was referring to something completely different. So yeah, very interesting. And I'm glad you two are here because I'm telling you, my memory is lacking on this because of all the cases I've covered. There's little bits and pieces it's hard to remember. So thank you very much.
And that was the whole
You're helping
reason
me to start my
the police got
new
involved.
notepad with this
because
one.
you know Allie's kids were up there too, so it just doesn't sound good. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I hope Dawn, because apparently Dawn is the only one speaking at this point, and this is shut down. I'm sure they're going to watch this live, but what I would love the Wells camp. Let me put this out there. I would love the Wells camp to answer why they signed their rights away. Right? That would be an interesting thing to come from the Wells camp. Exactly why did you sign your rights away? What was behind your decision to sign your rights away? And I'm not trying to, because I said, I've done said, there's been a lot of people fussing about YouTubers.
Okay, so we ain't gonna go through all that there. But anyway, that's a little bit about what's going on in Summer's case now. Now, a little, so we covered a little bit everything thus far with that. I got something new sent to me since I've been doing this. See, we got here something brand new. And we will be going back to Summer's case, like I said, very, very soon, guys. I'm going to do a full-on review and catching up and revisiting it.
Welcome to New.
So this was sent to me from 6 hours ago, guys. News Nation put this out. As you know, we like to do a little bit of weird and crazy things in the news. Nothing new, Alicia, on Jack and Lily, no, hun. Unfortunately, I covered them first. So let's see what's weird and crazy going on in the world, according to News Nation. See what they got to tell us about. See what you guys think of this.
News Nation's Back Scroll, where we look back at our major news coverage on the most important topics and personalities of our time. It's one thing to squint at a fuzzy video on YouTube and then decide space aliens do or do not exist. And it's
Now, all this is, guys, is a review going backwards to what, and this was from last year, April 25th of last year, if you guys remember this. And I'm curious to see if there's anything new with this. I don't think there is, if anything else came out of this. But then we're going to jump back to some other weird stuff. Sorry.
It's another thing entirely to subject those sightings to the same kind of scientific rigor that puts, say, killers in prison. Scott Roeder is that kind of skeptic. He is an evidence expert and crime scene reconstructionist with 33 years of experience and 1,500 cases to his credit. He is the founder of the Evidence Room, a group that assembles specialists in forensic animation, 3D modeling, and motion graphics. He took a close look at the video that was recorded by that family in Las Vegas, and he applied his technology to try to debunk it. Here he is on his YouTube channel, Crime Scene, discussing what he...
So what this is, guys, if you remember, this is the outcome. When the UFO was supposedly spotted in Vegas and it landed in a backyard and somebody saw aliens and all that stuff, this is what the outcome was. Somebody got a hold of the info and the footage because they wanted to debunk it. Well, here you go.
He calls the entity in the family's backyard.
We can take a video and look at whether or not there is an artificial artifact added to it or not. And in this case, we can definitively say, to a degree of scientific certainty, that this entity, this thing in the video, is there in the physical reality in which the Kenmore family is also there. Like, this is so critical because you can clearly see through the slots in the fence that there is a leg motion moving from the right to the left side of the screen. And clearly it is behind there. So this isn't just like a head floating in space. This is a head of that is somehow that does not have full opacity. That the opacity of the head of the shadow is only at about 33% opacity versus a normal shadow, which would be at 100% opacity, or an object in the screen, which is at 100%. And this isn't anything that you did. It's just what you were able to determine, that this shadow being, or this being in the shadows, possibly creating its own shadow or smoky filter or cloaking technique, is not only cloaking itself from the people there, but cloaking itself from the camera itself, in that it's minimizing our ability to identify pixels inside of that shadow.
I'm joined now by UFO expert Ben Hansen. He's a former federal agent and now the host of UFO Witness on Discovery Plus. Ben, it's great to have you on the program tonight again. So, I mean, your reaction to what, Scott Roeder did with his analytics, the shadow that you saw that was behind the fence as well as way above the fence. I guess your reaction to all of that.
Well, thanks, Ashley. Yeah, I'm excited because it took a while, I think, for anyone to get a copy of the raw video. I don't personally have it, but I'm glad that Scott has done this. I don't detect anything overt as a red flag that I would say that made me suspect that it was edited. So I concur with him on that. And it also appears that there is some sort of shadow that's present behind the slats of the fence, which he pointed out. And then you have kind of a head, it looks like, at the top of the fence. Where I kind of feel like it might be a jump is people online then started to say, well, this is evidence of a cloaking creature of some sort. There is a lot going on in the video. If you look, there's 2 or 3 different light sources. And anytime you have that happening, you can have a lot of shadows from different angles. So unfortunately, we'll never have the same exact circumstance where we can go back and test it to see what might be causing a shadow effect.
There is this one aspect of it, and I'm not sure if our producers can just let the video go, but when they walk in past the gate, something startles them and they freak out. I mean, for lack of a better description, it's not, there's no way this is acting. Actors don't do it this well. Something startles them to the right and they spin around and they kind of run out, and the video kind of goes, as it would if you were terrified.
It does, and I think that is genuine. If you look, I think they're looking at something towards the back of the yard and something spooks them, where I feel that it might be a little bit of, I don't know, call it forensic gymnastics, is to say that it was caused by this thing off to the right, because you can see right there, that shadow appears on top of the fence, but he's not looking to the right. If this was some sort of entity that was like 3 feet away from him, I think that's what would really scare anybody. So that's where you have these theories that people are saying, well, it's partially cloaked, it's fully cloaked, didn't want to be seen, but only the video picked it up. So I don't know about that. I think just based on the video, though, it's great that we have verification that
That is something that I had talked about before, 42, as a grand possibility. Very, very big possibility. Yes.
it's not been edited.
I know you talk about confirmation bias as well. Explain to the audience if you know how you think that might be working its way into this as an alternative theory.
Well, if you think about it and go back to the original, the whole background of what just preceded this is you had this really bright object that streaked across the sky, right? And I do believe that that now is a meteoroid, and it may have nothing to do with the family's actual sighting. They believe they saw a light come down to their backyard. And there was a lot of light and commotion, noise. And so when they went out to the backyard, they're already adrenaline's pumping. They're hypersensitive to sights and sounds. I'm in no way suggesting that they made anything up, but perception can be skewed now that this is something out of this world we're out to see in our backyard. And then anything that might have a combination of shadows or sights they're not used to, it can be amplified in your visual perception. And that's just a suggestion, but I do feel the witnesses are being credible as far as describing what they saw. And especially look at that reaction when they see whatever it is back there and they come running out of there, and it's affected at least Angel to this day. He still has trouble with what he saw.
Alex, good to see you. I have to ask you, what are you making? Because there's something really interesting about this, and it's that last night it was reported there was more strange activity in and around the home. What is going on here?
Right. The story goes that just about a year ago, the Kenmore family saw these mysterious, unidentifiable creatures in their backyard right here behind me, right? They said that they were 10-foot tall creatures, that they were standing there looking at them. They could see them breathing. Angel says that he was actually growling at him, freaking them out so much that they actually called 911. Well, it turns out that these unidentified, unexplainable phenomenon didn't just stop at that night. Angel went into great detail with me during our one-on-one conversation about other paranormal activity that's been happening, but this time inside of their house. It goes beyond just seeing shadows and hearing whispers. These are really freaky things that he told me during our exclusive conversation. Take a listen. You mentioned paranormal activity. What exactly did you see?
Well, I was in another room. My brother called me, and there was a
He talks really fast. It's hard to kind of hear what he's saying.
upside down cross, and there was a Jesus statue in it. They ripped Jesus out of it. They threw him like across the room, and it was floating upside down.
Are you saying floating in the air?
Yeah, like in the air. It was floating upside down.
What did you do? I mean, did you go pick it up? Did you knock it down? Like how?
No, I didn't do nothing. I was just sitting there. I was crazy. I was like, what?
But how did it come down? It's not still floating right now, is it?
No, it came down. So we got closer to it and then it dropped.
It fell to the ground. A crucifix
Yeah.
floating in the air, upside down. The Jesus on the crucifix had been ripped off.
Yeah.
And it was floating.
Yep.
And you can say definitively, without lies, that that is what you saw.
Yes. Swear to God, that's what I saw.
Okay, and what about the Bible? What did you tell me about the Bible?
Oh yeah, the Bible. So I was chilling normal. There was just a Bible just going like this, flipping the pages. But it was like steady. Like it wasn't because of the air. It was steady. Like somebody was holding it. As soon as I got close to it, it dropped again. It just dropped
This is
again.
inside your house, not outdoors. No,
No,
wind,
it's inside. Yeah.
no wind factor, but the page is steadily turning on a Bible.
Yeah.
And you have the same justification for that as well, demonic presence?
Yeah, I can see demonic presence there.
The pages of the Bible were moving on their own, and an actual crucifix.
So now we're hearing from this. First, it was UFO activity. Okay. Welcome back, Christy, and thank you, dear. And that has turned from that into some kind of paranormal satanic thing. Like, I mean, I will be honest. Nobody really knows what UFO activity is, what it consists of, and what it truly means. Could it be that it's a satanic thing, that it's an anti-God situation or anti-religious thing? I don't know, guys, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a wild situation, though. Thank you, Christy, again.
Hanging upside down?
Yeah. So, you know, we had a couple priests come over to the house, pray over the house, and everything seems to be normal again.
Are you connecting all these things together, everything you saw in your backyard to the things you've experienced over these past few months?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, I think so. I still don't have an explanation of what it is. You know, still pretty weird, and I have no clue what it is.
What did the priest say when they actually came to your house?
They're saying that it might be fallen angels, like demons or fallen angels, something like that.
Fallen angels inside your home.
Yeah, that was pretty creepy.
How does it make you feel about living here still?
Right now, I feel good. You know, there's a lot of time priests came over, and but yeah, but you know, whatever happened on last year May, that was pretty scary, man. I was pretty traumatized and stuff like that.
What does that look like to you? You said you're traumatized. I don't want to make you relive it.
Yeah.
What is that like?
Pretty bad, man. You can't sleep, you know. Not to sound like a crybaby, but you know, you cry most of the time when you think about it. You get flashbacks. You know, not a good experience.
With all of the paranormal activity happening inside your house, are you thinking about moving away?
Oh yeah, soon I'm gonna move away from this house. Yeah.
Everybody or just you?
Everybody, I think.
You guys are done with this place?
Yeah.
What do you say to the people who believe that your family just made this whole thing up to try to get attention?
They could believe whatever they want, you know. I'm not doing it for fame. If I did it for fame, I would be on YouTube and stuff like that, doing more videos. But I don't care, guys. I just went on TikTok and YouTube, made my story.
And while we certainly have Angel's story to go off of, other people here in this neighborhood have also filled in some of the gaps and some of the things that they found freaky about that night that those two unidentified beings were seen by the Kenmore family in their backyard. For example, a guy who lives just right down the street just saw us out here on the side of the road and began talking to us, and he remembered that night as well. He said that for some bizarre reason, his TV all of a sudden stopped working at that time, that his surveillance cameras no longer were working, his lights were shutting off. So put all of this together, the Kenmore sighting, what the neighbors are reporting, not to mention what those Las Vegas police officers saw on those body-worn cameras, that flash of light streak across the sky 39 minutes before that 911 call. It really is an unexplainable phenomenon happening here in Las Vegas.
Time to put on your mystery hat because we've got a brand new sighting of a UFO, the kind that we're starting to see a lot more of these days. In fact, this may just be the Honda Civic of interplanetary travel, flying Tic Tacs. Tonight, we have another Tic Tac show, courtesy of investigative journalist Jeremy Corbell and the co-host of his podcast, George Knapp. They got their hands on some video from a U.S. warship off the coast of Southern California. What you're about to see happened back in Feb of 2023. A witness describes what he saw.
But when we start talking about all of the objects, all four objects, and what we witnessed was all four of them, all in synchronous, jetting off into the abyss. All four, all timed together, and all left. And we were like, holy shit. And they were all, maybe the second they left, maybe 3-4 seconds pass, I run to my station and I look at my radar and they're all gone. They're all off radar. And I was like, that's it. They all zoomed off. But it's clear that they're in communication with one another and synchronized, like 3, 2, 1 countdown, let's all go.
This Tic Tac had no typical propulsion, no exhaust, no wings, no tail, no rotors, the kinds of things that we all use to get around. It reminded me actually of the first reported Tic Tac sighting back in 2004. That one was also off the coast of Southern California, and it was caught on video by U.S. Navy pilots. So what does it all mean? Ben Hansen always has the answers. He is the host of UFO Witness on Discovery Plus, kind enough to be with us tonight. Hey, Ben, thanks for doing this. Okay, I'm starting to see a lot of Tic Tacs. Is it time to worry?
Well, Ashley, they've never left. You know, we've been studying this area off of Catalina Island, San Clemente. It's, you know, Southern California. There's a very deep channel that goes between the islands and the mainland. And as you said, back in 2004, this is where that Tic Tac video was filmed and where they were seeing these objects regularly. So in this particular case, you couldn't really ask for anything better. You have eyewitnesses who visually saw it coming up out of the water, by the way, and then recorded it with
I do, Cap, I do.
And also, you know, you have these sensors that were on radar that were able to pick it up.
It's hard to see in the video, but the witness talked about somewhere around 4 of these guys flying in formation. I'm only able to really see one, and I'm not sure the viewers can see better than I do, but talk to me about this business about formation. I'm not sure we've seen multiple Tic Tacs before.
So if you remember way back with the Nimitz case, they had been seeing multiple objects show up on radar, and then they would instantaneously show up maybe 60 miles away and somewhere else. So a lot of these do involve multiple objects. In this particular video, which they're still looking at, I can maybe make out 2. This is not the raw footage, by the way. This comes from, I believe, one of their smartphones as they were recording the screen. So we're not seeing the whole footage. That hasn't been released yet. But remembering that they visually saw this, and then when they go back out to the bridge to look for it, they watched at least 4 of these move away in synchronous fashion instantaneously, just disappeared.
So you mentioned the Nimitz. There's this fighter, this warship as well, this incident. There's the U.S. Navy pilots who were flying a jet when they saw their Tic Tac. Seems like the Tic Tacs are around a lot of our military assets, which makes me start to wonder, is this really otherworldly, or is this just really sophisticated potential spycraft of another nation?
And the question always is, that's a scary thought as well, because this is not what we call next generation technology. It's not something that we could maybe realistically achieve in the next, 10, 20 years. When you can instantaneously disappear and reappear 60 miles away, I mean, that's really, in my opinion, beyond what we have available. And also the Tic Tac shape, we're seeing a lot of that, but in this area too, we've got spheres. I've got reports that, boat operators have had what looks like a city of light. I mean, a whole city coming up from underneath them, everything lit up around them like daylight. And that jets have possibly been scrambled to intercept and try to find out what's going on under the water. So this is a hotspot location. It's not just isolated to the West Coast, but the Tic Tac shape does seem to be something that is reoccurring often.
Can't believe you just said whole cities underwater. I am not going to sleep tonight, Ben Henson, thanks to you, Friday.
News Nation working to uncover the mystery in our skies, revealing brand new video of an alleged UFO retrieval. Take a look at your screen. Footage that was never before seen until last night's special report, going viral today. A white egg-like object with no visible propulsion system or engine. Whistleblower Jake Barber sitting down with our News Nation special.
Whoa!
Correspondent Ross Coulthard breaking down shocking claims about an alleged UFO crash retrieval program. And for years, people like David Grush and Lou Elizondo have alleged the existence of such a program. But now this decorated Air Force veteran says he knows it's true because he was a part of it. The whistleblower claiming he was contracted as a helicopter pilot to retrieve all kinds of crashed craft. He says some of non-human origin. Those experiences affecting his life to this day, he says. And he is not the only one, with multiple others trained at the elite levels of the U.S. military also coming forward. For more on this, we're welcoming in Nick Pope. He previously served as a UFO investigator for the UK Ministry of Defense. And Nick, it is good to see you again this evening. And you were trained at looking at evidence.
Here's the thing, you guys, that I got. I'm sorry, Christy. I didn't mean to scare you, hon. Are you okay? Was I too loud or something? My apologies. I do that from time to time because I do weird things because I'm a weirdo. But my apologies. They're playing this on mainstream media stuff now. Mainstream media stations now. Oh my God. I turned these off for a reason. Anyway, and I thought it was like really interesting that it's starting to come out on these channels like this, okay? And that's why I play weird things all the time. So when they said, that's why I said that, like, a retrieval? Really? That's why I was like, whoa, Yes, the Joey Lawrence thing. I've done that my whole life, sorry. But I didn't mean to scare you, Christy. My apologies.
of UAPs. So let's start with the new video that is now really racking up views tonight. What do you see in it, and what do you make of the egg-shaped object? Is it in line with the other accounts that you've seen?
It's consistent with some, but absolutely, as you say, the story is going viral on social media. Everyone's got an opinion on this, so it seems. As you say, there's no visible means of propulsion here, no wings, no fuselage, no engines. And look, if this is some sort of reconnaissance device, for example, the Pentagon could very quickly put this whole story to bed and say, look, you know, what you're looking at in this footage is X. But so far as I'm aware, they've not said that. So the mystery continues, but we still, you know, the picture only tells us so much. What we really need now is more information. Where was this picked up? Where was it dropped off? Where is it
Yes, an
now?
excited utterance.
Yeah, and what else do you make of the whistleblower's claims at the center of all of this? Jake Barber, anything standing out, and what more questions do you have?
Well, clearly the raw emotion that we saw from him was visceral, and you know, this sort of reaction is very interesting, and I hope that my understanding is that this is now with the Senate Intelligence Committee. I don't know whether he has formally testified to them behind closed doors or just had informal discussions with staffers, but they've got to get to the bottom of this, and they and indeed others in Congress have now got to take his story, piece it together with what we're being told by people like David Grush and Lou Elizondo, who you mentioned, and really say what the big picture is here.
Yeah, tell me more about this. The emotional high point, as you're referring to, he says he was possessed by some kind of energy. And, you know, News Nation's Ross Coulthard even asks him in that moment, did you have a mental break on the job? Did this account make you dismiss, make you question the credibility of his report? Or is this something that you have heard before in your research?
No, I've absolutely seen this emotional response that witnesses have when they're up close and personal to something like this. Now, we don't know whether this comes from the individuals themselves or whether it's an external stimulus. But again, it's an area that needs further research. And of course, tomorrow we have the perfect opportunity. I mean, the timing here is no accident. This is
we'd be naive to believe that we're completely alone in this universe on one planet. Come on. I mean, why are we here? If we're the only ones here, why are we so special? You know what I mean? With us, and there's probably other planets with other people or whatever that think the same thing about us. You know what I'm saying? Think about it for a minute. We're not that special, folks, that we should be the only ones in the entire universe. That's crazy. So it's very possible that there's other beings out there. And I've heard other theories, because I watch a lot of this stuff, guys, that what people mistake as like UFOs and extraterrestrial thing could be paranormal, and or vice versa. So it's very interesting. Reality with Krista Marie said she happens to be half alien, and I bet there's others out there too. I've always thought that. I'm just kidding. And we're glad. We are glad you're here, Krista, for sure. No, right, Fizzy. There's no way in hell that we're the only species at all that's in this complete massive universe. Come on now. That's just ridiculous to think. What is it that's out there? Is it microbial beings? Is it other type? Is it an animal? Is it another human type? Whatever, but there's other things out there. There's gotta be. It makes no sense. None, sorry.
Gauntlet that's been thrown down. I think I've even heard that phrase used. And President Trump has said on day one, we will get a report on the drones, also JFK, RFK, and other matters of public interest. Now, was he hinting at UFOs? I don't know, but I hope so.
Do you have a message for President-elect Trump tonight?
Yeah, give us the goods. You know, we can take it.
Nick Pope, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Well, this morning we have some new photos from what New Yorkers think are flying UFOs above Manhattan.
This comes as a new report says UFO sightings are up this year in New York. Gerard Bailey is right here with us to show us what the evidence looks like.
One of my favorite topics, guys. So the National UFO Reporting Center, founded back in 1974, says UFO sightings are up 4% in New York City. So last year there were 27 sightings. This year, a whopping 28. National UFO Reporter Center lets users upload pictures of depictions of what they've seen around the world. This is a picture from Queens someone took on September 21st. That submission says the craft was changing directions, going left and right and up and down and hovering multiple times, going all over the place. And they say it lasted about
the Jersey Shore. Forget about it. Cabs here. That's where Meatballs came from, reality. Somebody that watched the Jersey Shore show because of my name threw out that we should call everybody Meatballs, and guess what? It stuck. So you're a meatball if you belong to this community. So the situation says it's okay. So does the Dago.
5 minutes. Now, the Empire State Building seems to be an attraction as well for UFO sightings. At least 13 reports mentioned the skyscraper, including this one from back in February. The person who submitted this says they took the pictures while at a crosswalk, didn't notice the 6 orbs until the next day. Guys, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's probably aliens.
It's always good to know you're not alone, but not actually in this case.
I don't know. I think it's drones. The 1947 alleged alien space crash in Roswell, New Mexico, sparked national interest about UFOs. Well, fast forward to 1952, and the nation was sent into another extraterrestrial frenzy with the Washington flyover. On July 19th, 1952, an air traffic controller reported seeing 7 unidentified flying objects. A week later, UFOs were seen above the White House, also the Capitol. Air Force fighter jets weren't fast enough to catch them. And later, the government said they were weather-related incidents, but new research suggests otherwise.
Seems that there is a strong correlation between multiple transients and UFO events, and that in case we can show this correlation in a strong way, we would actually find support for that we see that UFOs are related to artificial objects.
News Nation special correspondent Ross Coldhart talks with a physicist and astronomer studying artificial objects in space in his latest episode of News Nation's Reality Check podcast. Right now, the link to Reality Check with Ross Coldhart is live. All you got to do, take out your phone right now, scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen here. You can also visit News Nation's website or YouTube page to get that link. Okay, joining me now, we have Ross Coldhart with us live this morning. Ross, good morning to you. You've piqued our interest, as usual. You talked to this doctor. What's her hypothesis about what happened?
Good morning, Marky. Well, it's a fascinating story. It's a case of now you see it, now you don't. Beatrice Villarol, Dr. Beatrice Villarol, is based in Sweden, and she had this very clever idea of looking at photographs that were taken before human satellites went into orbit, so before Sputnik in 1957. And she happened to look at photographic glass plates that were taken by the Palomar Observatory in California, and she looked in the exact weekends for the 2 flyover periods over Washington, D.C., and she found 1 minute it was not there, and half an hour later on these glass plate slides, it was there. There were these objects in orbit. Maybe way out in deep space. We don't know how far out they were, but Dr. Villarol hypothesizes, she can't say categorically, she hypothesizes that there might be a link with the weekend incidents on the 2 weekends, consecutive weekends in 1952, for what is and remains America's biggest and most mysterious UFO sighting over the national capital. And it's fascinating because these glass plates show these objects were there in a half-hour period and then they were gone. And this was over 2 weekends.
Yeah.
Just 30 minutes apart.
You and I have talked extensively about UFOs, UAPs. What exactly is an artificial object in space?
Well, an artificial object is like for us, it's our satellites. It's satellites, rockets, any kind of terrestrial technology that's been put up there. And what's clever about Dr. Villarol's research is she recognized that before 1957, before the Soviets beat us with their Sputnik satellite, there was nothing up there, at least nothing that we knew about. And so it's possible to look at those glass plate negatives and compare.
So how many people in here, let me ask this question. How many people in here think that the United States people, NASA, our government, how many of you think that we've been to the moon at least once already? The time that they showed us on national television back in, what was it, the late 60s or whatever? How many of you think we actually did that then?
Them with present day.
Put a 1 in the chat if you did.
And see whether there's anything that isn't there that should be if they were genuine photographs of the night sky. And so an artificial object is something that frankly can't be explained by a planet, a meteor, or a star. And what she's discovered is that there are these objects, and she calls them transients. They're there 1 minute and they're gone the next. And so there is a possibility that what they are, is some kind of spacecraft.
And what about space debris? I think you touched on this too. Back in the 1950s, there was very little space debris as compared to now. What's changed?
Well, in the 1950s, before 1957, there was absolutely none, because we didn't have any objects. We hadn't put anything into space before 1957. So that's what's so special about these early photographic images. They are clear, high-resolution images taken by some of America's top observatories of what the night sky looked like back then. And we can compare that with the present day and see whether there are any objects that have disappeared off those slides.
See, that was my biggest thing too, Meg. If we did go in the 60s, okay, that whole thing, what the hell was John Glenn, or what the hell was his name? You know, the guys that went up there. I know their names. I can't think of it right now. Why did we go way back then with or they did it, and have we not been back? Why? Just what? Truly, why? Why would we go that one time if it was that easy? And we have not been back, and it's 2025. That makes no sense to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we didn't go in the 60s, okay? I'm not saying that we didn't. But that was... I mean, guys, it's been like 50 years. Why haven't we been back in 50 years? That blows my mind. Something's not right with that. That's all I'm saying. Look at my pause game with this guy's face. He looks like he just hit a big one. Like, yeah, buddy. Anyway. It was a hell of a cell phone call in 1969, Demon said, right? We also saw things that they were not ready to see. I've read that story too. The dark side of the moon was a whole different story. Yet there's a story out about that. It's interesting, but yes. That is right on point. You ain't lying. And with the tech that they only had in 69, it doesn't make sense, Murky. It doesn't. They had not even an eighth of the technology that we have right now. And we were there once? Explain that one to me. You can't. There's no way. Going to the moon, not cost effective. Been there, done that. On to Mars. Yeah, but they could have went back they could have dug down into the moon. They could have figured out some other things. You know what I'm saying? 42, and they didn't. I watched a doc about going to the moon and why we stopped, but I can't remember it. I know what you're talking about, Alicia. I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't make sense that we have the level of technology that we have right now. We went one time 50 years ago and we can't go back. I mean, I know that they have sent like robots to the moon, Alicia. That's not the issue, okay? But they haven't like put people there and done like we could have been building something on the moon at this by this point. They're not doing anything, if that's all true, I'm saying. So that's the only thing I question. That's all I'm saying. And I could be completely wrong. They could be there and we just don't know about it. They're not telling the world about it. Who knows? You sure about that? I only knew that one mission, unless they're just not telling us. Well, you said you watched the documentary. I haven't seen that, so you're probably right. But still, like I said, they could be building a space station on the moon. But they won't. If you remember right, they did. There were some issues with shuttles, so on and so forth. Other countries have been to the moon. Also, I know Russia went. I heard Area 51. Big Geek says, yeah. I sat with the pilot to Chicago. I was hesitant to ask because but he totally agreed that the lift required for the moon was impossible. A lot of people have said that, LL. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not that smart, but she said that there have been 6 different, Alicia, not she. Sorry, Alicia. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Alicia said there have been 6 different trips to the moon, 12 astronauts in total. That's interesting. We'll have to look into that one of these days. I love it. I love this kind of stuff. It's really interesting to talk about. Sorry, guys.
And there are, and that's the
Welcome,
fascinating thing
Christopher.
about this work. It raises the possibility that there were objects in Earth orbit on the very weekends that we had one of the biggest UFO sightings in American history.
NewsNation has independently obtained previously unseen video obtained from a secret UAP craft retrieval program. This extraordinary footage clearly shows an egg-shaped object dangling in a sling below the belly of a helicopter.
Whoa!
Let's slow this down to take a closer look. That's an egg-shaped UAP suspended from a 150-foot long line. We're told the craft is about 20 feet long. The egg suspended in a cradle. And look how careful the pilot is as they bring their precious cargo into land. Let's freeze frame here to look at one of the clearest images of a UAP ever taken. This is no blurry light in a distant sky.
It looks like a motorcycle helmet. I mean, the way I'm seeing it, but I might not be seeing it right. Miss Lucy's in the house. What's up, Heather? Nanu. That's a fact. Nanu.
The source of the footage putting themselves at incredible risk to record this UAP retrieval. Look at how perfectly smooth the craft is. No markings at all, and no visible means of propulsion or way to see inside. Watch how it rolls, almost graceful as it hits the ground, despite being wrapped in the ropes and canvas from the cradle as it's dropped for pickup. The UAP's final destination still unknown.
It looks like a
Over a
balloon.
month since an airline passenger named Michelle Reyes was flying over Manhattan and shooting the skyline with her cell phone, which is what we all do. But something zipped past her window at an extremely high rate of speed. And no matter how many times she watched that video or how many people she shared it with, no one could say what that something was. We know it is cylinder-shaped and vaguely resembles a Tic Tac. And it isn't too dissimilar from another sighting that came to light 4 years ago in 2020. That was when the Pentagon declassified a slew of UFO videos. That sighting stood out mostly because of the kind of people who saw it. Back in 2004, 20 years ago, multiple anomalous aerial vehicles, or UAPs, were detected on radar about 100 miles southwest San Diego. And a pair of Navy pilots, fighter pilots, described what they saw to 60 Minutes. And soon after they saw what they saw, another flight crew in another jet was able to lock on to what was believed to be the same Tic Tac object, whatever it was. And they captured the now famous infrared video. And before that Tic Tac sped off again, that's what they saw. And then in yet another video that was declassified and released by the Navy, a similar object is captured on radar in 2015, 11 years later. And this time you can hear the pilots in disbelief at what they're seeing. Listen to the cockpit comms.
Dude, they're not drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's a look at that thing. It's rotating.
Look at that thing, it's rotating. Just 2 weeks after this sighting, a second sighting happened. And then flash forward to last month. How does the object that Michelle Reyes saw from her airplane window stack up to the videos and the intelligence the Pentagon already knew about? For that, I turned to retired U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich. Lieutenant Commander Dietrich was a pilot training with the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group when she was sent to investigate that Tic Tac UFO in 2004. And then the commander saw it for herself. Thank you so much for joining me. I have been dying to talk to you about this. I wanted to get your whole take on what Michelle Reyes saw out the airplane window.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for covering this topic with a serious tone. I know that when we talk about UFOs, a lot of people can snicker or, play the spooky music, and there's a stigma around it. But really, here we are 20 years after we had our encounter off the west coast of California and the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group in the middle of military training operations. And we are similarly shrugging our shoulders and saying, what is this? And where did it come from? What sort of technology is this? And is it a friend or foe? So, it's very hard to tell from Ms. Reyes's video what it might be. The problem with cell phone cameras is the resolution just isn't that good. And it's such a short clip, it's hard to analyze. So, something that I've been speaking to or trying to advocate for is that we invest in the hardware and the sensors to capture better footage and then bring to bear all the technology that we have available in order to analyze it and make sense of it.
I'm with you. The only thing is that from me, and I'm nowhere near as skilled as you are, it seems like it's so much better resolution than the radar showed. Like all of a sudden I can see that thing and it's shiny. But I wanted to ask you about 20 years ago, how you were treated when you and your fellow naval pilot in the cockpit reported what you saw. And do you think is any different now? Are we getting better and more serious, again, with our tone and attitude to trying to get to some answers?
Right. Well, there were actually 4 people at the time. There were 2 aircraft, and each aircraft had a pilot and a weapons systems officer. So we had 4 folks with eyes on, and then we had the separate aircraft and crew, so 6 folks, and they were the ones who got the FLIR footage, and that's the forward-looking infrared, and that's why it's so grainy and not very good quality, because you're actually looking at a thermal image there. It's not a camera in the traditional sense. So as far as our reception in 2004, again, we were in a military training exercise off the coast of California relatively soon after the events of 9/11. And so folks were concerned. We were concerned that we couldn't identify it, that we couldn't say whether it was a friend or foe, if it was an adversary, whether it was somebody spying on us with surveillance. And so that was concerning at the time, and we didn't hesitate to report. Of course, we received some good-natured ribbing in the aftermath, jokes of little green men and all that. But in the years since, 2 decades now, we have made slow but steady progress towards.
I think I do now understand what my first marriage was all about. I absolutely do now. It makes sense now.
Trying to come up with a systematic way to report these incidents. When you see something, say something, and then to take them seriously and to investigate them. And again, the technology has improved over that time as well.
Okay, so that was interesting, and I do have 1 second here. To remind you guys where we started with this. It was 2 years ago, by the way. Came out June 14th. Today, 2 years ago. Exactly today, 2 years ago, you guys.
Okay, what's going on over there?
Okay, lady. Me, my dad, and my brother, we're working on a truck in our backyard, and we have a big lot outside, right? Correct?
Okay.
We were working, and we just see in a corner of our eye something fall down from the sky, and it was with light. And when it hit down, it was like a big impact, and we felt it. We felt like an energy, and then we hear like a lot of footsteps near us, and then we have a big equipment, and we see, and there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human. 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Whoa.
No.
Hang on.
Okay.
1 minute, folks. Hold on.
It was the
This is the other part to it, too. You guys remember that police officer they showed body cam footage? It showed a police officer making a traffic stop, and you can see this big old thing in the sky. It's crazy. So they chased it down. Brian is a transformer. That would be pretty sick. It would be. Like I said, guys, this is the crazy, weird things in the news segment. So just so you know, don't take it as serious as you want or don't at all. There you go.
Streak seen across the sky, now seen around the world. This, as our 8 News Now investigators confirm, Metro actually set up cameras at this home where a family called 911 claiming to see aliens in their backyard. And tonight, a fierce debate is underway about the legitimacy of an alleged UFO crash. Good evening, I'm Janice Valdez.
And I'm Brian Loftus. Our 8 News Now investigators reporting about terrified members of a local family who told police they had aliens in their backyard. Chief Investigator George Knapp here to piece it all together.
You know, as with all things UFO, the public debate is ferocious and ongoing. Was it all a hoax? Were we duped? Was it all an evil plot, a cover-up, all of the above? We took another look at the hubbub to separate wheat from chaff. The fireball captured on a police body cam on the night of April 30th was real. The American Meteor Society says witnesses reported seeing it all across the West, from northeastern Utah to Southern California. Another Las Vegas resident sent us a video of the same object recorded on her home camera.
Investigation by Nexstar station KLAS.
As the story of the Las Vegas incident spread across newscasts and social media, one of NASA's planetary defense officers weighed in to say it was likely a small meteor that fell to Earth hundreds of miles away from Las Vegas. Police videos obtained by 8 News Now indicate Metro officers were among the witnesses.
One of my partners
said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
The appearance of the meteor seemingly triggered the events that followed. A frightened family called 911 and told police they had 10-foot-tall alien beings in their backyard. Officers responded to the home minutes later, interviewed the witnesses, canvassed the area, and cautiously inspected the backyard to look for intruders. One thing noticed by the officers was a circle in the soil. In conversations with us and in a podcast interview, Angel, the main witness, suggested the circle might have been created when an unknown object landed in the yard. Social media sleuths have since pointed out that the circular image has been viewable via Google Earth for more than a year. The family told us by phone they had seen suspicious vehicles with men in black types checking out their home. Turns out there is substance to that. A retired police officer fessed up on News Nation that he spent days staking out the house to see what, if anything, unfolded. What about those reports that Metro installed a special surveillance camera atop the house, presumably to watch for intruders, human or otherwise, or overzealous media? Turns out that's true as well. Metro confirmed as much in a statement to 8 News Now's David Charnes. The system stayed on the roof for days. What about the Ring camera video with the weird noise? The main witness, Angel, intimated to us the video was recorded by one of his neighbors, and the audio was from the April 30th UFO crash. It wasn't. The security camera video was recorded in mid-April, according to the man who first posted the clip. He doesn't want his name used, but says the recording was from a fireball that passed over his home in the southwestern part of the valley 2 weeks prior to the alleged alien encounter. The family declined to be interviewed by us, but members have spoken elsewhere and stick to their claims of seeing aliens in the backyard. Dozens of people on social media have analyzed and dissected the images with various claims of aliens spotted in the shadows. Police do not believe this was a hoax call, which could be a crime if done intentionally. In the fervid swamp known as UFO world, our coverage of the story was itself seen as a dastardly plot to distract attention away from a prominent whistleblower named David Grush, who stepped forward around the same time. Grush unveiled his explosive on-camera account on News Nation, which is...
This happened on June 4th of last year. June 14th of last year. It's a year to the day.
Owned by the parent company of KLAS. In spite of the local news story, Grush's story was reported by news media all over the world. Curses foiled again.
All right. So, I mean, what do you make of this whistleblower, David Grush?
He first reached out to me about a year ago. We've been in contact ever since. He's the real deal. I mean, he had a distinguished career in the Air Force. Then he went to work for a 3-letter agency you probably haven't heard of, the NGA, which basically tracks everything in space, in the air, in the ocean, under the ocean, on land. They keep tracks of everything. He has the highest security clearances in our government. And then
the date that this was on the news was June 15th of 23. It says here, Lucy. And then the other one was another one. So it's 2 years. Sorry, 2 years.
Capacity, he interacted with something like 2,000 SAP, special access programs, and he learned along the way that we're reverse engineering crash flying saucers, and he's been telling that to Congress under oath behind closed doors. And I think they'll probably bring him back. So it's a pretty intriguing story. A lot like what we've been hearing about out in the Nevada desert for a long time.
Right. Of all the stories you've done over decades and decades, this
I think cockroaches are aliens. That's why they won't die.
one has really gone worldwide.
The backyard alien?
Yes.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy how much email we get, you know. We're not done with it. We'll see where it goes.
I was going to say, this is not the last of that story.
No.
All right, George, thanks for
There
that.
you go, Lucy. All right, that'll do it, guys, for that
Are you
there.
the mother?
Let's get a couple laps in and get the hell out of here. Give me 1 minute here. 1 second. Let me load this in, guys, real quick here.
Yeah, no, that thing's going around.
Hold on, it's taking forever to load. Give me 1 second. What's up, Tech Death? Good to see you, brother. 1 second, guys. Good Lord, it's taking forever. 1 minute. Yes, happy early Father's Day, all you fathers and moms that are fathers. And I'll probably see you guys for a minute or two tomorrow. Unk's in the house. What's up, Unk? Good to see you, my friend. All right, let's get a couple laughs in here, guys, before we get out of here. Hope you enjoy these. Here we go. Thanks, Christy.
NANI?!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god,
You take 6 feet back, back up, back up. What the hell?
What if the beat comes fire? Oh my god, we got the cinnamon here. Yay!
No.
What the hell?
You think you're in the mood for a walk? Are you in the mood for a walk? High five.
Good shot.
God damn it.
Thank you, Christy. I appreciate your help today. God bless you. I'll see you soon.
It's the big palm tree. It's gonna be awesome. Can't wait. Just don't leave me in the house, right?
Wait.
I was.
Get down, meatball. This is not safe.
He's a meatball. Oh, that's a fat kitty.
Jenny, go side.
Ready? Yeah, enjoy your dinner, Christy. Alien. That's an alien. Oh, that's an alien for sure.
Hey man, you wanna fucking stop?
Porca miseria. Adesso non posso né scendere né salire, né scendere né salire, né scendere e né salire.
Go on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh.
Dude, chill.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he's cheating on you, bro. Excuse me, sweet angel. Hello.
Oh, no, that's a hawk, dude.
No.
I'm not a timer.
Huh?
Get in the box. Nope.
Come on, come on.
I said she should have make up.
Are you serious? No way. No way. All right, y'all, that's going to do it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed that in the show, and I may see you later. Depends on what my family has planned for me. Other than that, if I don't, I will see you guys tomorrow at some point. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us today. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing, because you guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Thank you so much to the Blue Crew. You guys are awesome, and I will see you as well. Bye-bye, everybody.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment a shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe.